the YouTube. I actually pushed this space back 30 minutes. Let's see here. Let's go here. Let's go here. Start listening. All right. Hi, everybody on X. Can you please repost? And hi, everybody on YouTube. Can you guys please share the YouTube video, and everyone on X repost this space. And of course, we're waiting for the judge to come in because Tuesdays is open mic and it's Judge Jules Brown's open mic space. I just help facilitate me, the real Dana. Let me let him know I started. Space started. Space started. Okay. All right. So yeah. So we're just waiting for him. Hi, Willie Mays, Mia, Hella Mel. How you going on YouTube? And well, we got Fish and Grits, Running, Emmett, Manek, Menelik. I hope I'm saying it right. Taz. Hi, guys. Crockett needs to meet the wig blower. Yeah, so it's open mic, and I think I'm a judge. It's open mic, and let's see. I'm about to send you a co-host request. All right, I just sent you a co-host request.
Okay, I got it and responded.
Okay, yeah, your co-host. Are you still driving?
Well, I'm sitting in my car, but anyway, the reception's better.
Mm-hmm. So I put open mic and I also put mediocre. I hope I spelled it right. Mediocre white boys, and I was actually quoting Jasmine Crockett on CNN, losing her mind, honey. And so the reason why I put mediocre white boys because that is the slogan that the Democrats are kind of going with. They're pumping out white supremacy. They're pumping out racism with this administration, and they are accusing Donald Trump of being a white supremacist and saying that his administration, their goal is to have white men dominance, and there is nothing but a bunch of mediocre white boys. So that's why that's there, because I'm pretty sure you guys saw the X video clip of her talking about that. It's about a minute and so. And also a lot of protests against the deportations. Gotta talk about the illegal migrant crisis. So all the Mexicans and Latinas are protesting in LA and other places throughout the nation to protest ICE. Why I don't well, I guess I do know, but I really don't care. They're here illegally, so they gotta go. And of course, USAID, all billions of dollars since 1961 going nowhere, funding what the CIA and other stuff that has nothing to do with feeding the poor, so just wasting money. And the Trump administration is exposing it and shutting the shit down, and people are upset. They're upset that this man and his administration is actually regulating things, right? Trying to balance the books. And I did retweet to space and I put hashtag Gaza. First of all, I don't like Netanyahu. I think he is an evil devil. He's an evil man. There are a lot of evil people. He's one of them. But Trump did announce that he wants to make Gaza the Riviera of the Middle East. I would never visit it after they rebuild it because it's always going to be a hot spot. But he, I guess, telling the Palestinians, we will place you somewhere else so you could rebuild and have a better life. He was just, to me, just making it sound like, well, not sound, but he's trying to massage and glamorize displacement. However, there's nothing for them to go back to because the whole Gaza Strip is basically decimated, thanks to Netanyahu. And I think that's why it was done on purpose. A whole year that you murdered children, newborns, um, women, and innocent men, and you had to kill all those innocent people just to root out Hamas. So that lets me know that you don't really have good military skills unless that was your intention all along. So you go wipe out that area and claim it for yourself. But Trump says the United States is going to claim it. And I guess Israel believes that that's them claiming it by proxy of US. I don't think so. I don't know. But again, Netanyahu is the devil. But you guys may feel differently, and that's why we have open mic. And what else did I put? Oh, the governor of New Jersey harboring an illegal, and anything else you guys want to talk about. So before I hand it over to you, Judge, just let everybody know, can you please repost? And on YouTube, if you guys have a comment or question, put a Q or send in a super chat. And if you want to come up on X, have a question or make a statement, do so at any time. It is open mic. You don't have to mention what's in the just in the title. You could talk about whatever as well. So how are you, Judge? You're muted. You have to unmute, Judge. But you're probably yeah, if you're sitting in your car, unmute because you're still muted. Judge. Hello. Oh my God. He's muted. I don't know if he realized he's muted. Can you unmute, Judge? Unmute, unmute, unmute. I don't know if he started driving and he can't. I don't know. But anybody want to request to come up now, please do so. He'll figure it out eventually. Let me text him. Oh my God. You are muted. And I don't know if he's having problems, but if if he's not like home wherever he's at, he probably doesn't have good connection to unmute. I have no idea. Trump is just doing the art of the deal. Yes, he is, Joyce. Yes, he is. But I don't think Israel should be controlling the Gaza. Netanyahu is a terrible human being. He is. Hello?
Yeah, it wouldn't unmute.
Well,
Sorry
are you
about that.
driving?
Yeah, but it wouldn't unmute. Oh, what is? Damn, there's a cop car parked in the turn lane, so I've got to get around him.
All right, well, just mute up and figure it out. Like, how long before you get home?
2 minutes.
All right, well, then mute up until you get home because it's just too much noise.
Yeah, okay, cool.
So we have no quarter. Hi,
Hey, Dana. Good to hear you. It's
how are
always
you?
good to hear you and the judge together. I like this duo very much on this platform. But I wanted to ask you, what good does it to take either side on what's happening over there in the Middle East? What good does it do the U.S.? I'm all about the United States of America. So, what good does it do us to get involved on either side?
What do you mean, like Israel and Gaza?
Yeah. What I mean, why wouldn't we just stay neutral as a people?
Mhm.
Um, and I don't think we're going to be able to influence Trump or anything else as far as that level of intelligence and level of what word am I looking for? International affairs goes.
I mean, well, for me personally, he just got there, so I think he's just coming in, just trying to make the situation better for the Palestinians and for everyone. So you could say he's like the mediator, but he's also a businessman. So it's like, okay, how can this benefit us? And how can it benefit the Palestinians? And how can it, I guess, benefit Israel, right? Because we are like lock and step. Well, United States is lock and step with Israel. We supply them with weapons and money annually. So, but my thing is, the damage is done. The last administration was too weak to actually, I guess, stand up against Netanyahu. The 7th of last year. I believe it was probably a year prior or some months prior to that. It was a lot of talk of them getting rid of Netanyahu. I think he was supposed to be arrested or in some type of trouble. It was something with him. He was in the hot seat. Then all of a sudden, he maintained his position, and and I'm just going to say he started the war, and it was probably brokering some type of negotiation deal with Hamas to start. I just think it was very intentional, this whole thing. But either way, I just think right now Trump is just trying to clean up a mess. And he's like, yes, we're going to rebuild. And of course, it has to be luxury, it has to be about capitalism. And then he's saying, you Palestinians people, you need to rebuild, but you won't be able to do it here because there's nothing there. So everybody got what well, not everybody, but Israel got what they wanted. They did not want Palestinians there anymore. So they bombed them out.
Well, I'm not going to take either side because I just rather remain neutral. But the argument, the devil's advocate, let's play that part of it. The small amount of territory that Israel is on over there, being that they are the only ally that we have in that region. Um, I don't know how that plays out, because I'm not a military strategist or anything, but I do see that they say that since they have such a small territory over there, and we don't have any other allies over there. Strategically, I could see where it would benefit the United States of America.
Oh yeah, sure.
Perhaps this is the situation. We do have a strategic ally there right next to Israel. It's Egypt. Anwar Sadat and Menachem Begin under Jimmy Carter, President Carter, signed a peace treaty, and we have military bases in Egypt, a lot of them. We supplied the Egyptian army with M1 Abrams tanks, M2 Bradley, and M3 Bradley vehicles and a lot of equipment, and their air force is mostly equipped with our jets, as is a great percentage of Israel's. We have many American military combat pilots or pilots who are on extended furlough flying with the Israeli Air Force. So Egypt and Israel cooperate. Perhaps the reason there's such a close connection deals with several different factors. One, Israel acts as a proxy, and their Mossad, along with uh, Saudi counterintelligence that was previously headed by an American citizen, also in line at one point with the Saudi throne, was supplying us with a great deal of information on what was going on in the Middle East. The next thing is, at one point, Israel was thought to be sitting on top of some very large oil reserves, so that's up in the air right now. And the next thing is, it's a foothold in the region that is secured because Israel has the Mossad, which part of their charter allows to assassinate people with legitimacy so they don't have to hide it. And if somebody is caught out, then not Egypt, but Israel is going to protect them. And I think there are a lot of people who are a bit nervous about the extent of Mossad's assassinations, which have been going on for the last 70 some years around the world. So those things, I think, have a great deal to do with the things that Israel gets. Also, although they are less than 2% of the American population, the Jewish community in the United States has an enormous amount of economic influence, and that gives a lot of leeway to Israel. So it is what it is, and we have it right now, though sometimes it doesn't make any sense. As a strategic matter, what's going to wind up happening is if Israel does not wind up with some kind of accommodation to the Arabic world, they're going to run into a real nasty mess because the Islamic Arabic world can keep losing over and over and over again, and nothing will happen to them. But if Israel loses one time, it's all over. And this last thing they've had in Gaza, unlike every other struggle they've had over the last 78 years, 79 years going on, that has lasted for a year and a half, going on 2 years. And everything else has usually been over in a week or 2 weeks. So there is some good reason why that is happening, and it is not good for Israel because there is Masada. That was a fortress that was in Israel when Israel was part of the Roman Empire and Israelis were Roman citizens. They tended to rebel somewhere in the Roman Empire against Rome every 7 years, and they did that. And Masada, the fortress that legions had occupied in the area, was taken over by Israeli factions. And when the Roman legions did their thing with siege warfare and quickly took the place, everybody within the fortress committed suicide or killed off the civilian population before killing themselves. And Netanyahu and others have said if Israel gets to that point, it will use nukes and take everybody they can take down with them. That's what they've said, and that's sort of on the table. What do you do about it? So I'll pass.
Um, so I'll go to Manelik. Did I say it right? Manelik.
Um, yes.
How you
My name
pronounce
is
it?
It is Menelik.
Menelik. Sorry about that.
Yeah, like the emperor of Abyssinia or Ethiopia that kicked the
Yes. I never
Italians'
knew how to
booties.
pronounce it. So yeah, I'm familiar with the name, but I always messed up the pronunciation. So Menelik. Okay.
Yeah. I want to say a couple of things about Israel and Mossad. They attacked the United States of America. I think it was in 1963, and they covered it up. So the Mossad's always been an enemy to the United States because the United States was going over there to collect intelligence, and they had like tried to sink their ship, and the United States covered that up. But I wanted to get on here and talk about nationality and birthrights. That's for the so-called Black, Negro, colored, and African Americans. A lot of things that Trump are doing is enacted from the Moorish Empire, which was incorporated colonies that became states called the United States of America. These are the only parties to the contract of the organic, laws for the government, besides those who later became naturalized citizens. So a lot of things that went into action and through legislation was enacted through a CNDI, which was in Congress. You know what I mean? That's when the political party has shifted in between 1789 when the British Moors had set up the colonies. Okay. So when you get into the United States and the limited states of America mean two different things when speaking in legal terms or legalese. The free white men of the 13 original colonies ordained the Constitution for or behalf of the United States of America, the sovereign states at that time and in their posterity, or the sin acts after the war. Congress passed the 13th Amendment, ending slavery and involuntary servitude. Then they passed the 14th Amendment, creating subject citizens through denationalization. So that's where we get the so-called black man comes from within the legislation of changing changing. I'm talking about literally trading places. So that's why Trump in office is taking over the canal, is taking over Greenland, it's taking over so-called Canada, which we call Canadaland. That's all belong to Americas because that's all in Americas with the adjoining islands. That's all is the compass of America, not just dealing with the corporation, which everybody is familiar with. Now you have subject citizens through denationalization, which we call Negroes, Blacks, Coloreds, African Americans, which are now, for an example of the denationalization, can be found through the Nuremberg trial of Ulrich or Greenrich, or in others during the proceedings. References was made of war crimes of denationalization. So Trump is trying to go back and establish the empire, which well establish the republican form of government, which is the natural man's sovereignty, which everybody should be applauding because everybody was doing was really getting their rights stripped away from them through a trust. Okay. That's why it's all persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States and of the states wherein they reside. No state shall make or enforce any law which shall abridge the privileges or immunities of citizens, right, of the United States, nor shall any state deprive any person of life, liberty, liberty of pursuit of happiness. So within that, the foreigners have subjected that through the USAID. I think that in the budget that Trump shut down because they was doing all type of terrorism in the United States name, which they're not supposed to be using nuclear weapons either, because that's why we have the peace treaties here. Okay, it was a lot of fraud that was initiated through all these billionaires that got rich off of the American citizens, and they used the corporations, which the corporations supposed to be benefiting the people. It turned around and benefited themselves and their pockets. So if anybody for America's Christ are trying to stop Trump and talk about Trump as racist and talk, then they don't know law, they don't know the Constitution, and they don't know history. And I yield with that, Diana. Thank you.
It's Dana.
I'm sorry, Dana.
No
My
problem.
bad.
Can I ask one question?
Yes.
Why is everybody so complicit with children dying? I'm a father. I'm a father of 7 children, actually.
Hmm.
But I don't understand the idea of children dying and everybody are so complicit with it. This
I'm
this
not
this this
complicit.
it does not sit right with me.
I'm not complicit with it neither, but you have to understand that a lot of atrocities happen right here on this soil, and a lot of our people and a lot of mothers and
No, no, no.
fathers and
I'm not
homes were
talking about
destroyed.
this. I'm not talking about this, brother. I'm talking about the idea that there's children dying over in Muslim countries or across
Oh yeah. Oh, of course. I because they don't have no compassion. We have been desensibilized.
my people been through what they've been through, and we go through it, and we go do what we got to do to get out of
Right.
it. But I'm thinking about other people who are more unfortunate than us.
Right. But see, for us to get everybody in a humanitarian and do something really that's right, we need to come together and do what's right. That means get all the pretenders out of the way. And what I mean by the
The
pretenders
problem,
is a lot, yes, the problems. The problems that stopping people from getting real help, stopping people for being, a hero for their next door neighbor, because we all can look at each other as heroes for ourselves. But people don't understand that. They rather pull out their camera phone and video
yeah,
court
yeah,
the
I hate
thing.
that.
So
I
let
hate
me
that.
interject for a second. Are you
I hate
talking
that.
about what's going on here in this country, or are you talking about what's going on abroad?
I'm talking about what's going on abroad, more so because we are a little more fortunate than others. So I speak of things that go on abroad.
So
By
you
saying I
saying,
have
so
children,
you have a
I have
problem with,
children. I have small children.
right? So
My
you,
youngest is
right,
4
right,
years
right. So
old.
you're saying that you have a problem with wars that's going on in other countries, but um,
that affect children. Like I'm not grown ups is grown ups. Like I took 10 bullets, so grown ups is grown ups. I understand what goes down in real life, but I'm talking about when it affects children. This is where I have a real problem with that.
but
Right.
that's the reality of what's going on. So what is
Yeah,
your
that's the reality.
what are your suggestion that you may have do you think that can avoid from children, innocent children being killed via
Well, if
war?
you call yourself a military, you should be able to go in and assess the problem and handle the problem like on the ground. You don't have to drop bombs on everything.
Mm-hmm.
That is just real. Like that's like some scary coward stuff. Like I just start shooting at the kids because I I don't like you or I'm scared of you to see you face to face. I don't understand that. Like I said, as a parent, and it's a lot of parents on this um live right now or whatever y'all call this spaces right now. It's a lot of parents here, and they should be able to understand what I'm saying. No
Exactly.
parent,
Well, how
no
about this
parent
one?
should ever be complicit with anybody killing anybody's children.
I don't think I
Well, how
think
about
majority of
this
people are
one?
not
Hold
complicit.
on a second.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on a
Well, from
second.
what
How
I'm
about this?
seeing, the majority are kind of complicit in America because they're funded by a pack
I'm
that's
wait the and
lobbyists
hold on
for
for
another
one
foreign
second,
nation.
guys, 1 second. Menelik,
Yes, ma'am.
can you
Yeah.
mute up
Yes.
because the chirping? You got to change
Okay,
the
I got you.
battery in the
Yeah,
file.
my fire alarm. Yes.
No,
Hey, don't judge
the
us.
ceiling's too high, honey, so you can't reach it because the ceiling's too
Don't
high.
judge us.
But go ahead. Go ahead, Judge. You got mute. You were saying something. You yeah.
If I might offer this, World War II, B-24s, B-25s, B-17s, B-29s, B-26s, a whole lot of RAF size. You get Lancasters, Wellingtons. They blasted a lot of children into a vapor in their bombing campaigns. We stood prepared for a good portion of my life with mad, mutually assured destruction to do that for the whole world and wipe everything and everybody. So it's nothing new about killing children. It was a policy that's been in
It
place
may not be
since
new, Judge,
I've
but
been
I
here.
don't accept the concept.
I don't
I will
care whether
never
you
accept it.
accept it or not, it's done. Children get wiped out all the time. In the general theory, you see it in the animal kingdom. Get them young before they grow up. You don't have to
That
worry
is
about them
wrong.
doing damage or to compete with you. So that's what we do. So it may be objectionable to an individual or a group of individuals, but it's part of the things that humanity has done to itself for a long period of time. And the deal is nowadays, since we've got guided weapons for the first time in human history, so to speak, you can be discriminating in who you take down, and it's a humanitarian thing, which I commend you for.
But the only
But
people who
it is
does that
not in
is Russia.
anybody's reality because
Russia just
jihad,
showed us.
crusade, or
I don't
whatever
I don't mean to cut you off,
didn't
sir.
deal with that.
I don't mean to cut you off,
Well, I
sir.
mean, but what are you going to do about it?
But Russia just is displayed that they can pinpoint and target. It was like Star Wars when I seen the things coming out the sky. It was like Star
Well,
Wars.
yeah,
Like
but
Russia
that's kind of
specifically pinpointed
sometimes it
what they
works,
wanted to pinpoint.
sometimes it doesn't. So when we supposedly use our smart weapons to target something, every now and then we make a mess, and a lot of children get killed. It depends. Dana and I cover racing, car racing, is something we do. They had Le Mans, 1955. A Mercedes Benz went out of control and killed 80 some people, 30 of which were children who were just watching as spectators. So it happens. All kinds of things go wrong. These tornadoes, hurricanes,
Yeah, but that's not
tsunamis,
specifically
earthquakes.
targeting people.
Well, no, but it's collateral damage, and I don't think anybody is specifically targeting children these days. but
It's
it's
called it's
collateral.
called it's called making it uncomfortable and wanting you to move around and not be in this area no more. That's what
Well,
it's
that
called.
happens.
I come from
It
the streets.
depends
I'm from
upon
Detroit.
who's doing it.
I'm from
Now,
Detroit. I
the
come from the
United
streets.
States
I
is,
was
if Israel's doing it, the U.S. is supporting Israel. So the U.S. is complicit in that, if that's what's
yes,
going
yes, that's
on.
what they are. They are very complicit in it.
Well, but then again, how
But
do
I
you
love
think we ran
humanity. I
up the
don't.
casualty toll in the Middle East since 2021, where we have had about 5,400 dead American military or associated personnel and three or four hundred
Five
thousand
thousand
dead
compared
civilians?
to 2 or 3 million. Come on, Jan. Let's
Two
be
or three,
honest. Five
three
thousand
or
compared
four
to
hundred
2 or 3 million.
thousand. How do you think that came about? See, you get that. Um,
That's wrong. You like an uncle I sit down and talk
yeah,
to,
but it
but you can't
happens.
tell me wrong to accept the wrong is right. I will not do that.
Yeah, it happens. But you see, you've got 7.6 billion people in the world, last count.
It's
For
actually more
attempted
than that.
count.
Actually, way more than that.
Well, 7.6 billion is pretty crowded. That's a lot of humanity.
Man, the world can never be crowded. This earth has been doing what
Oh,
it's
it
been
can
doing
be crowded.
way
Trust
before
me.
we've been
I
here.
lived in Los Angeles, and when I left 50 years ago, they were bragging about having 1.5 million people. The traffic jams lasted for. Now they have 8 lanes in each direction, crowded bumper to bumper from 2:30 until 7 something at night every day in Los Angeles because they have 13 plus million people. Go to Mexico City. Last time I went, they had 42 million people living in the city. Go to Tokyo. They've got 36 million living there, and talk about crowding. It's a real thing. There are situations where there are too many people for comfort. Now, I don't know about you, but I don't like the idea of playing sheep where you look at sheep and there's a nose stuck to a butt and a butt
But the
stuck
land
to
is
a
not
nose.
crowded, sir. They
It's
just need to
crowded.
stop pretending
It's
like the land
crowded.
belongs to them.
Have you driven to Los Angeles? Where do you
And
live?
there's more than 9 billion people on this earth. I promise you
Well,
that.
there's not 9 billion yet,
Yeah. Oh,
but
we're well
let's put
above
it
that.
this way. Let's put it this
I
way.
can
Have you
give you
driven
six
coast?
countries that
Let me
house
ask you a
9 billion
question.
people.
Have you driven coast to coast in the law
No,
in
no,
the
no.
United
I just
States?
like statistics. My mother was a
No. Have
bookkeeper
you
and
driven
accountant.
coast to coast? Have you driven coast to coast?
No, no, sir. I have not.
Well, if you do, try it sometimes. When you get past Amarillo, Texas, all the way to you start getting into California, you're going through a desert. You need water, which we can't afford to provide.
Yes, we can.
It's a lot of barren land.
Yes,
There's
we
not
can.
many
These
places
politicians
for
just need to
people to
stop stealing
live
our
and
money.
grow stuff.
All right,
Guess
I'm
what?
gonna let the judge finish up, and I need to get
But
to another
anyway, that's
speaker.
your opinion. But that's your opinion. But I mean, it just doesn't match the reality. But it's your opinion. First Amendment stuff. You're right to have it.
I want to get to Kareem.
Hey, I got two questions. How y'all doing this evening? Hi, Dana. Hey, Judge.
Hi, how are
My
you?
first question.
Hey,
My first question is this: if the Department of Education gets dissolved, do you think that Title One, Title Two, and Title Four funding for school systems will go back to Department of Education? I mean, Department of Agriculture, where it used to be. And second, do you think now that the veil has been lifted to show that quote DEI really wasn't doing a whole lot to help Black people, it was helping the other people and foreign nationals and everything else, that now is a good reset time for Black Americans? I don't care if they're Caribbean or whatever, but Black Americans start saying, hey, that $3.2 billion you sent here or there can be sent to uh, areas across the country to now specifically help Black folks.
what they're doing. 50 plus years ago, I did an intern thing for a DC think tank. And while I was doing that, I also had a job with the federal government at HUD, Housing and Urban Development. All right. Well, I left DC in late December 1972, coming back to Los Angeles. For the next year and a half, I never showed up another day for work with HUD, but I turned in my resignation. They sent it back, said it would complicate stuff. So for a year and a half, I got a paycheck from the government for work I wasn't doing. So that's the kind of waste they are curing, where you've got situations where they say, please spend the money because if you don't, we'll have questions to ask. Just throw it away or burn it on something. You see, there's enormous waste in the federal government because the bureaucracy grew with no point, no purpose, and there are vines and tendrils of the thing that have gone off in various and different directions that are expensive, but they do nothing. There are problems. CDC, Centers for Disease Control, they've got an internal mess. Some of the people that work there are conscientious, and they've been trying to warn the public of a resurgence of the HIV epidemic of 30 years ago. But every effort to inform the public with public relations and public service announcements has been met with pushback from the bureaucracy at CDC. They won't allow it. Upstate New York, 2.5 years ago, 42 people died of measles. They tried to warn of that, but they weren't allowed to do it. You see, you have these dysfunctions in bureaucracies. You have people to help out the system, but they're collecting paychecks and money's being spent, and you're getting horrendous situations where you're giving away more money to foreign nationals who've invaded our southern borders than you are giving to similarly situated Americans.
Yeah, that's crazy. They give money to foreigners, but they give it to
Well,
help
one
the American
second.
people.
Something happened with your connection, Judge. We can't hear you. Uh,
Just still out driving. Man, take your butt home, man.
who
You still out there
who you talking
spending
to?
I'm here. I'm here.
spending
I'm
Wait,
here.
who are
counters
you
right now.
talking to?
I just had
I
to.
know Judge still out there spending counters. He a young man still.
Who are you talking?
Go
Who are you
home, young
talking
man.
about? Who are you talking about?
No, I'm just actually in general just having a
Yeah, but no,
family
to just mute
conversation
up
and telling
because
Judge to go home.
I want people to is I go by order, so just mute up
I'm
until I
here.
like swing back to you. Okay, you can hear. Okay, go ahead and finish what you were saying because you were replying to Kareem.
Yeah. Well, basically, it's just what's going on is a lot of this is dysfunctional. It's like looking at something old where there's dirt accumulated on it, grime accumulated on it, a lot of crud accumulated on it. And it's like a ship. Every now and then you have to dock it and scrape the barnacles off the bottom. It's not good for the barnacles, but it's good for the ship. And eventually the bloody doggone thing starts rusting and you have to start making intensive repairs. That's what's happening here. The system's broke or breaking, and it's collapsing under its own weight, and it's not doing what it's supposed to be doing. So somebody's got to come in and clean house and restore things to knock off the chaff, the crud, the barnacles, and the weeds off of the bottom of the boat so it doesn't get held down when it's trying to move through the water. There you go. I passed the mic.
Anything else you wanted to add, Kareem?
Yeah, I just want to ask, like, for example, when you look at the thing with education and the funding, you take a state, I'm using that Alabama, for example, they got like $3 billion in stimulus. I think it's 2022, 23, something like that. And you look at different states, how their Department of Education work. Do you think that the money that goes to say like rural schools in Georgia, rural schools in Alabama, rural schools in South Carolina, Tennessee, do you think that they will benefit from that, or will it just be a situation where, like what they're doing with the private schools, where they want to take all the money and take all the uh, right kids that they like, or white kids they like, and put them in these different little, programming and math, science, and everything like that, and then the regular public schools really are struggling. You have fifth graders who are reading at a second grade level and stuff like that. Is there any real way to not just let the charter schools, if the Department of Education goes away, take all the money and there's no money for the public school?
Um,
That
Okay, so you
depends
speaking about
on
the
you. What are you
education.
going to do about it? Vote. That's how you elect the people that are in charge of what happens. That's how they get in to make what happens happen. Who are you putting in office? Who are you going down and casting your vote for? That's what it's all about. It doesn't just deal with, I ain't got no time, I'm voting the couch. People say that and it's ignorant because when you vote the couch, you're letting stuff like you just mentioned go to hell. It goes to the side. Somebody else gets to determine it, and it's got nothing to do with righteousness or where it's supposed to go. It's where somebody decides it's most advantageous to them in terms of who's paying them for it to go that way. Right here in Memphis, we got $13 million that went out to a firm dealing with tutoring programs, and there's been no tutoring. Somebody, a new superintendent, came in and started paring everything back and saying, wait a minute, justify this stuff. So the chairman of the city council sent her a threatening text saying she would regret bringing this up. So they got rid of her. And now all of the rest of them who were part of this whole thing, they may wind up going to jail. It's real cute. See, people do stuck on stupid stuff all the time. And what it's all about is they're trying to make money, not off of what they earn, but from taking it from us.
Hmm.
If we let
Yeah, a
them
lot of
stay in
corruption
it.
in the education department, and that is why he wants to dismantle the Department of Education on a federal level and just give it back to the states. And honestly, I think that's a good idea because it's just money being wasted that the education department or the teachers union, they're getting money from the state and they're getting money from the federal government. But when you look at the results, I look at it, if you don't have positive results, if you're not moving the needle forward, then what are you doing? All these millions and billions of dollars, you're just wasting it and you're stealing it. It's a lot of corruption. Um,
Look
yeah.
here. Let me
I,
give.
I,
I taught school, ran a playground way back when, and what they're producing in the school systems now is absolutely ridiculous. It is pathetic. Uh, for example, I
Wait,
posted
hold on. Wait,
something
one
to
second, Judge. 1 second. Terry, I need you to mute up. I'm going to come to you next, and then I'm going to swing back to no quarter. So can you just.
it's it's like this. I posted something today and I used the word cupidity. I learned that word in the fifth grade. It means greed. And why are you using all these big words? And somebody that is a high school graduate, grown person over 21 that doesn't know simple words and gets overwhelmed. What the devil is school for? You're not getting taught anything. See, I haven't said anything to anybody tonight I didn't get from what I learned in the fifth or sixth grade in elementary school. And it's supposed to be different. I've heard some things just in this short time tonight. I can't tell where in the devil they came from and where somebody got it, except from somebody who lacks this primary education. So the point is, what is the Department of Education doing? Now, let's take under the previous Trump administration, Betsy DeVos, who was Secretary of Education. She meant well. I know her. She had been over to my house several times for dinner, courtesy of my now ex wife. They were friends. I've talked to her at some great length. Her husband was the person that inherited the Mary Kay cosmetic fortune. So she was well off. She was interested in children. She was an enthusiastic amateur because she had no educational background. She was even disturbed by the Department of Education because of what it didn't do, and she wasn't even a person trained in it. So the question is, what are they doing, wasting the time of the country, not educating these people? in what you need to make it in the world today in the 21st century, but simply trying to teach them rainbow cult nonsense and all sorts of things that won't do anything for any job that they're going to be able to get. Why are we wasting all this money and effort to block children from learning and getting educated? You're teaching them in school. If you don't want to be a boy, tuck your dick in, put on some panties and a sports bra, and you're a woman. What
Your
the
Honor,
hell
please
is
stop
that?
that. Please stop. Why you don't say it like that, please.
I'm
Well, I'm
sorry.
saying it
The
like
end.
that. Why not? Why
You
are you
have to get a
upset
stay on
about
your
it?
mic. Please stay on your mic.
What?
Please stay on your
Yeah,
mic.
but why? Wait, I'm glad he said that. Why are you upset about it?
Listen.
Except you got programmed by false
No, it's just
education.
respect, Your Honor.
No, I don't give
It's
a
just
goddamn.
respect.
I don't respect them. They're sick.
I don't either.
They
I
need
don't
to
either.
be treated.
But my
They
granny
need to
taught me
get
respect.
psychiatric
My
treatment or
mama had me at
psychological
13, so I
counseling.
was raised by my grannies. And then
Well,
I'm taught respect. I wasn't never
I,
taught
I
racism.
excuse me. I'm
Was
older
never
than
taught to
you.
respect
I'm older
disrespect.
than you, and I've run courts, held
I'm
large
not mad
meetings.
at
I
you. I'm
can
just laughing.
exert
I'm laughing
respect,
like,
but
hold
that
on,
has
pipe
no
down a little bit.
respect. We're not the one that. Oh, don't give me that. See, you're showing
Yes,
what's
sir.
wrong with the
Yes,
education
sir.
system.
Yes, sir.
You're showing what's wrong with the educational system. You have no
No,
sense
no,
of
the
proportion.
educational system, trust me, I
You
believe it.
have no
I
sense
know
of
it is.
proportion. If you had been to a proper school setup
No,
and the
I went to a Catholic
Department of
school. I went to private
Education,
school. I went to
okay,
Catholic school.
fine.
I went to private school. I went
Well,
to
then
school in South.
call a spade what a spade is. Sometimes you can say it is absolutely deplorable that this travesty has been allowed
Yes,
to
sir.
exist
Yes,
in
sir.
the educational
Yes,
process,
sir.
is misusing the children to propagandize them to be receptive to
Yes,
extreme
because I just
dysfunction,
explained this
which
the
is
other day that
based
we
on
got.
the
All right,
They
medicinal
say
the new
we don't
way.
have
biology
workers.
and
All right.
human
Wait,
culture and
stop.
sociology.
I don't want people jumping. I have to get to other people
Yeah,
who've been
stay
up
on
here
your mic.
waiting. So can
Stay on your mic.
everybody just stay on your mic until I get to you, and then I'll swing back. So I'm gonna. I don't see Terry anymore, so I'm gonna go to Emprise, Imprizzi. I'm probably saying it wrong, and then I'm going back to New Quarter. Anybody else want to request to come up? Go ahead. Did I say your name right? How do you pronounce it?
Somebody, you're being asked a question.
Okay, we can't hear you. Go ahead, New Quarter.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you now. How do you pronounce your
My
name?
name is Empress.
Empress. Okay, go ahead, and then I'm gonna come to you, New Quarter.
Much Detroit,
No quarter, no quarter.
much Detroit love to you both. Judge Joe, we love you. We support you. Thank you for keeping it realistic and honest. Thank you for bringing not only the truth, but the facts. I've heard you give a lot of great information over the years that has been proven beyond 1,000% correct. I'll tell you in a short summary. Many times when you see people interrupting you and they get touchy on these topics, people that is guilty, people that have something to hide, holler the loudest. You can always say what is needed to get straight to the point, and that is your right under federal law. And I think any person that would dare to question what you have brought up in this topic pertaining to education is out of place because you have a law degree. I respect that because my dad once practiced law. He's now deceased. My godmother was the youngest in the state of Michigan to not only pass the state bar, but come into practicing. So I have the utmost respect for the law. I think it needs to be changed because when I was going to school as a kid in the 80s, a lot of things that I learned, I'm now learning, has been propaganda. And it's even taught when we go to colleges. You have to look further. And that is just, something, you know, you have to do. And I also don't like how it's being forced on children that they're not allowed to be called a little boy or a little girl. They're to be referred to as non-binding. And in some states, you can be issued tickets. They were trying to do this here in Michigan, and lawmakers stopped it. And that's a disgrace. We got too much to do for this nonsense in our school.
Are
I'll
you?
land my
Let me
plane.
ask you a question. Are you talking about non-binary?
Yes.
Oh,
So what they've been doing, um, in here in Michigan is in certain counties, um, not all. They will make it in some of the more aristocrat areas where it's more money. They don't want you to refer to them as, daughter, son. Say that it's your mom, your dad. You are to refer to them as them, it, they, they. And I had a mother who was a paralegal that told me this, and I told her she was a lie. Till she began to show me the different laws that had been introduced and would have went into effect in 2025 under the Harris, administration had she been elected as president. Sometimes things happen for a reason, and it may not be ultimately what people want, but it'll get the job done.
ma'am,
And so, right.
let me ask you a question. You sound reasonably and quite well educated. If you say they are coming to dinner, you think of a number of people coming to dinner, multiples, right? More than one.
Correct,
Now you get a
correct.
special
Plural.
program. You can't say they are coming to dinner because you're just talking about a singular. So what are you supposed to say?
Right.
They is coming to dinner,
Oh,
which is bad language. And you're trying to teach children to
exactly.
speak the English language, which is adopted all around the world for communication.
It's Latin.
And you're teaching them bad
Right.
English because some little clown over there needs psychiatric help or psychological help.
Mm-hmm.
He wants to use, I'm a them. No, you're not. You're not plural. You are
It.
singular. And
It.
you cannot
They call
deal
it
with that
it.
because it disrupts the language. And how do you
It
understand what
does.
somebody's talking about? Okay, there's an all points bulletin, an APB for an armed robbery suspect. And you say, we're looking for a woman, and she's still got a penis,
Mm-hmm.
testicles, and she's got a beard. So you have a description out for a woman. What is it? You're looking for the bearded lady? No, you're looking for a male. So you have to be descriptive.
Exactly.
You see, here's the thing, our law, with one exception, is historically protected only those groups where there is an objective standard for what they are. In other words, you
Correct.
don't need to ask them. You can look and see. You can do nowadays DNA testing, or a coroner can look at the dead body on the slab and tell what it is. The only exception to that
Exactly.
is religion. But religion has caused so
Correct.
much violence throughout human history that we take that into consideration. So now we've got a group that wants to have a specific protected status based on how they get their sexual eroticism, and you have to ask them.
Correct.
But the problem with that is that matches religion. And there's an interesting thing about religion, is the only category that we hold legitimately can be established by a person's beliefs, what they say, is that you can't advance it. You can't block it if it doesn't hurt anybody, but you can't advance it. But we're taking this special category of I believe what I am, where you can't objectively evaluate it or determine it, and you're saying this is the most important thing. You can't put a cross up in a school, you can't put a crescent up in the school, you can't put a six-pointed star there, you can't have Shiva, you can't have Buddha, but you can have rainbow. So where did they get off
And
putting the
and
rainbow in there? You can't have this in a
there,
courthouse, but you can have rainbow all outside. At the White House, on
yes,
the White House lawn for Easter, you had restricted Easter eggs. They couldn't have a cross on them or anything like that, but you
correct.
got rainbows at night all across the front of the White House. What is that? That is
Satanic,
Can you tell me?
satanic order.
Can you tell me? It is satanic. Judge, can you tell me when did it become against federal law, to your knowledge, to refer to a person by their sex? Let me give you an example. If I appeared before you in court, and I understand we're in different states, you would address me as Mrs. Empress, or if it was a male, Mr. Blank Blank. Under federal law, I want to research this. When did it become a federal policy that you can no longer address Mr. or Miss? Can you tell me that? Because I would really like to know that. And the reason
is
why I
no such
ask that
federal law.
is,
I'll tell you that. What it is a move afoot over the last 20 years to knock down those things that people have done that demonstrate their personal excellence. Doctor, master's degree
mhm,
participant, Mr., Mrs., or Ms. are no longer supposed to be popular. You call everybody by his first name. A 17-year-old can call a 55-year-old by their first name because you're negating achievement because you don't want achievement because under this new rainbow cult philosophy, everybody is entitled to be taken care of like they are a perpetual infant for all of their life. So you see, this is part of the
right,
process. By the way, there's nothing in federal law except one thing they added to get this whole gender thing in motion, and that's what they call the Emmett Till anti-lynch bill. It does nothing to do, has nothing to do with lynching black folk. What it does do is change lynching from a crime that does not require anybody to die. Lynching can be committed by a kidnapping or somebody get hit hard, and it doesn't require a mob. It can be one person. But what it does is it's
okay,
the first time in American law, and that was 2 years ago, first time in American law that introduces the concept of gender identification and to the lexicon of federal law. What it says is, for example, let's say a guy broke up with his wife or girlfriend, and he's out with
mhm,
his friends at a club. And he runs into what he thinks is a pretty young woman in a tight short skirt, hoop earrings, long braids, and they're nice memories, and they're dancing and exchanging spit in the shadows while they're drinking wine. And the guy looks down and says, "Wait a minute, you got a heart on. You a dude." And he busts the guy in the jaw. That now
right,
is federal lynching that brings in the FBI because Kamala Harris, Cory Booker, and other people took an act that John Conyers had introduced in 1997 to try and accomplish that, and it kept
mhm,
getting tabled until they came up with the idea of calling it the Emmett Till anti-lynch bill. You remember this mess with Jesse Smollett, who was Kamala Harris's nephew by marriage. What wounds up happening,
wow,
he's meeting with her, campaigning with her, and the Chicago police. I know I interviewed him. I think, was it with Dana? I'm not sure. Or it might have been Valerie, I do a radio thing with. We talked to the police, and they have video of him at a costume shop during the Halloween week buying that noose. and they've got security cameras with him
Mhm.
putting it around his neck. And then they came up, and then 3 days later, Kamala Harris and Cory Booker start talking about the anti-lynch bill. So now it got dropped again, then it got picked back up. Now it's called the Emmett Till anti-lynch bill, and it has nothing to do with lynching. And they've had laws on the books for 150 years that would deal with the night riding and all of that, and the Klan and all of that. So it doesn't do anything. It's just a smokescreen to introduce legislation, the language into the lexicon of American law, federal law, that there is this thing called gender choice. And by the way, 90 some percent of the psychiatrists, physicians, clinical psychologists say that whole thing is bogus. They don't buy into it. So we've got about 5% of
Yeah,
the people lying to the public, talking about it's good medical science. That's just their abstract screwball
way to condone it.
opinion.
Yeah,
Because
because
basically they
they make
practice it.
that. Yeah, they
All right.
make that
I want.
here in Michigan as a law just in general. If you appear in our state courts, like in Detroit is 36th district. If I was in Southfield, then it would be Southfield District Court. And many of the judges will make it when you refer to people, you cannot label them as Miss, Mrs., or Mr. unless you make that specific that you want your gender to be announced as Mr. or Miss. And they will say that this is a federal law. When you ask them to show you, then they incarcerate you on the spot.
There's no such
I want.
federal law. And to the contrary,
I.
all through the South, for the last 50 plus years, black judges and conscientious white judges, Asian judges, have had a struggle to keep folk from referring to certain other people by their first names. Ma'am, sir, you use that person's first name one more time and tell you what's going to happen. You're going to be asked to step out of the courtroom into the hallway. The person you're referring to is going to be put on the stand and asked if they prefer being called by their first name or their last name. If they say first name, it's okay. If they prefer last name, you're going to get a 10-day free vacation courtesy of the court. Do you understand? See, we had to stop that
Yes,
because if you were in the South, when I first started practicing law half century ago, all of the black lawyers, they didn't use their names; they used their initials: J.O. Patterson, uh,
correct.
H.T. Lockett, W.O.
Yeah,
Higgs.
my dad did
That's
that.
so you couldn't call
All
them
right.
by
Yes,
their first name. It's an insult. Excuse me. You say Bobby one more time, you're going to jail. That's Mr.
I
Jackson.
need to
He's 84
interject.
years old.
All right. I need to interject. I need to move to no quarter. Anybody want to request to come up? Please do so. It's open mic. I changed a little bit of the title. I asked the question, is Trump a thug? Because it's really more so to the comments of Jasmine Crockett and other Democrats today. She went on CNN and I think she held some type of press conference today, and she's basically saying we have a thug in the White House, calling Trump a thug. Yes, he is a thug, but I think it's needed right now for this country. So I don't mind him being a thug. For me, it's needed. So I just switched up the title a little
you
bit.
agree with him? You agree with him,
I,
Miss
I
Dana?
I appreciate the transparency that he's doing right now. A lot of things he said he was going to do on a campaign trail, he's doing it in under 30 days. And not only doing it, he is showing evidence and transparency, saying, "Hey, I'm cutting this. This is why. This is the proof. This is the evidence. This is where all this money was going, and we see no result. They were wasting money." So all that other nonsense with the pronouns, with the DEI or whatever, it's like, no, let's just get back to business. And I'm sorry, when it comes to Black America, because I do talk about Black America a lot on my platform, but when it comes to Black America, I don't care if you like him or not. Where is the agenda? Where is the acts? What are you demanding? And if you're not demanding anything from this administration and even anybody on your state, local level, then you cannot complain when nothing gets done for Black Americans, period. But I want to go to No Quarter because he has been waiting. And anybody else want to request to come up, please do so, because I shut it down after. We probably won't be up here for like another hour, so request to come up now. Go ahead, No Quarter, and I'll swing back to everybody else up here.
Yeah, Dana said, go ahead and get your thug fizzle, right? Um,
Yes.
what people don't realize, and by the way, Judge, yeah, our languages could be being completely hijacked. Everything that's good is bad, and everything that's bad is good. I mean, but we're going to take that back. We're going to take our language back. Then we're going to take our rainbow back. We're going to take all of it back. But I wanted to point out too that all the programs we jumped around, and I'm going to try to remember everything that we just talked about. Just a couple of things. I'm not going to take long at all. But every program that you hear the whining about him taking apart, what we're going to find is that all of those programs are just a way for them to steal and launder our money. All of them. That's why all of them need to be abolished, as far as I'm concerned. Every single one of them that you can think of, overhauled at the minimum. But and I'll say this about the killing the kids and stuff like that. Uh, When are we going to accept the fact that evil exists? And it's take or be taken. It's the reality that we live in. I don't know if you ever seen the Game of Thrones, but it never ends. We're always protecting something. Someone's always out there getting ready to take it. So we better be we better be ready for these fights. The other thing about Trump uh, and that gets to me to my next point. If you don't have somebody that is kind of intimidating in a sense, and maybe a little crazy, right? I mean, many of us are from the community, and we know that sometimes you just got to poke the chest out and act a little crazy, sell some wolf tickets. You got to do what you got to do. But this man, I think the way he's in the cabinet that he's put together, there's plenty there that we can, I believe, uh, have faith that that group of people is going to make it happen for us. So and the rest of it belongs to God, right? Thanks for the mic.
Thanks. All right, I want to get to Pete, then Tomato. Go ahead, Pete. Pete, can you hear me?
Yes, I sure can. Sorry about that. I was on mute.
No problem.
Didn't want to bother anybody. Hi, Judge.
Hi
I work
there.
in uh, I work in downtown LA for Paul Hastings. I manage their global network. And one of the things that I've kind of been noticing is that since our president has been elected, we're starting to see some of the more conservative countries, especially in Eastern Europe, and starting to spread a little bit westward in Europe, to kind of adopt the stand that they've had of wide open borders to becoming a bit more conservative in their border management and trying to take the country back. And I'm just wondering, from your point of view, what your
Try this.
Um,
Try
I,
this.
Wait, do you hear him? I don't hear him.
I think you stopped. I don't hear him either.
Okay, I thought it was just me.
Okay, assuming you finished the point, my response is this. In Europe, you've got the Euro Union that is a takeoff on the United Nations of North America, also known as the United States of America. State and nation are synonymous. So what happens is you had 13 separate sovereign entities came together after the Revolutionary War, and in 1889 they passed a constitution that unified them as one uniform, well, not necessarily uniform, but one coherent nation state, a larger one. And we have open borders between the sovereign entities known as states or small nations that constitute the 50 states of the Union right now. Started off with 13. And it's the same thing the Europeans are doing in the Euro Union. They are establishing open borders to anybody that has a passport from any one of the countries in question or other identification that shows their residence in one of the members of the Euro Union. So that's what they're doing. But otherwise, there's still a restriction on who can come into the general group of entities that compose the Euro Union. They're not totally wide open, but they're beginning to find that their border policies or their immigration policies are getting a little too, shall we say, open, because some people are coming in that they aren't too happy with. I remember the last time I went to Europe, I went to Italy. And I hadn't been in a long, long time. So my ex wife and I got off the plane and they walked up to me. And I mean, some people who were with authorities in Italy, and he spoke Italiano, and I replied a bit. And then he said, "Es inglese?" I said, "Si." He said, "Where are you from?" I said, "Los Angeles, California." He said, "Oh, going about a business. Going about your business. Enjoy yourself." In good English. I said, "Well, you don't want to see my passport? That won't be necessary." Now, coming back into the United States, that's another thing, except if you come across the southern border, apparently. They don't ask anymore, but they've got people from the Middle East, Gaza. They've got people who are ISIS, Al Qaeda, Hamas. They've got people from the People's Republic of China. They've got 18,000 some odd convicted murderers who have come into the United States, known to have entered. They've got 26,000 sex offenders at this point known to have come into the United States, and they've got twice that many convicted drug offenders, 1.5 million military age Chinese males who've come in and identified as such. They don't know where they are right now, considering what the world environment is relative to opinions of the United States and thirst for revenge and martyrdom. We don't have to worry about 911 where our airplanes are getting hijacked to run into the Twin Towers or the Pentagon. The people have walked across the border with military grade explosives. They've been planted in strategic locations, and all that is awaited is the command to go. So you don't have to come in by helicopter, parachute in, take a rubber boat from a surfaced or submerged submarine. It's already in place, and we don't seem to get it. Now, we do now, but let's hope it's not too late. I passed the mic.
Uh, Pete, are you still there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I didn't know if you. How you pronounce your last name?
Bakulich.
Bakulich. Okay. Um, anything else you wanted to
Are you
add?
Russian extraction?
Croatian
Croatian. Okay.
from San Pedro.
Okay. Well, I've got born in Russia Russians and a daughter-in-law who was born in Russia Russian, who is in the U.S. Navy where my son met her. So they're divorced now, but I got a beautiful granddaughter who's half Russian. So yeah, I don't have any problems with Russians.
Yeah, I speak a little bit of Russian, French, Spanish, Croatian, and I can read Greek and Latin as well.
There you go.
Did you go to school your formative years in
Par-
Croatia or here?
parochial school here in Southern California.
Okay, so you were here as a child.
Yes.
Oh, because I was going to do a compare and contrast, but maybe I still can ask you that. Because I'm pretty sure you visited Croatia. When you the education system there, or even in that region compared to here in America, is it different? Is it better?
I won't say better. I'd say it's a little bit different. It's a bit more regimented. They definitely teach English. They're very aware of the different languages that are in Europe, and they encourage people to learn more than just Croatian and English. They like them to have Italian because in Croatia, Italy is one of the biggest tourist uh, industries there in Croatia, along with Germany and England. And so those are the big three: German, Italian, and English. They like you to learn over there. They have a pretty good grasp of history and mathematics, especially as well. I'd say the roughly equivalent. I'd give the U.S. a little bit of an edge as far as, for lack of a better term, cosmopolitan learning, if there's such a thing. But I really feel that the education system over there is pretty fine, and it's getting better as we get more and more people, moving in from different locations and bringing that kind of experience and wisdom with them to kind of add to that whole ethnic melting pot there.
Okay, cool. Anything else you wanted to add before I go to the next person?
No, ma'am. Thank you, Judge. Thank you for your time. Really appreciate it.
Um,
Thank you, sir.
ex oh, expat radio. Expat, can you hear me? You kind of mute. All right. Maybe they're
Yo,
trying
hello,
to
hello.
mute.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear
Yes.
me? Hi, I've never called before, Judge. I'm a big fan.
Thank you.
My name is uh, Paul Andrew
Oh
Lucre.
wait, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. One second. I'm
Sorry,
so sorry. I did have tomato. Tomato was
Toma-
next.
okay, that's fine. Um, okay.
Tomato. Oh, is it okay if expat go? That was my error.
Oh no, absolutely, he can definitely go.
Okay, go ahead, expat. Sorry.
So both my parents were born in Puerto Rico. I was born in Borough Park, Brooklyn, and grew up in Washington Heights. I got a scholarship via the Prep for Prep program. Um, and I went to Columbia Grammar Preparatory School from the 7th to 12th grade, and then I went to Reed College. Then I came back home and I worked for financial companies through the 90s. I made a lot of money, like actually more than my huge, complicated Puerto Rican family combined. And I decided to do something meaningful. So I quit and I got a master's degree in international education, including a course in teaching English as a foreign language. At the time, I was living and working in Chicago for a company called TIAA Craft. Now it's just called TIAA. I went to Poland. I'm not Polish. I didn't know anything about Poland, but I studied in England. For a junior year abroad. Reed College in Portland, Oregon is the same school that Steve Jobs went to. And so I go to Poland and I, I'm probably the only Puerto Rican from Washington Heights, Manhattan, that now speaks better Polish than Spanish because I don't practice Spanish very much. And I've always been interested in politics. I studied history. I wrote my thesis about Britain's entry into what was called the European Economic Community before it became the EU. And I'm a patriot. I used to write speeches about LGBT issues for Giuliani during the first term. I am a gay man, but I've also been a leader of the Log Cabin Gay Lesbian Republican organization. And I was on the board for 5 years in New York during the Giuliani years. I lost an election in 1997. I was the youngest person running for anything, trying to beat a corrupt incumbent in Washington Heights in District 10. I lost. I was never going to win. But I felt it unfair that this guy gets a free ride just because he's become an incompetent Democrat. And then I went to Poland. And I've discovered a country that started from nothing in 1988. I am a Catholic. I'm an altar boy, and I'm not perfect, obviously, but I come to this country that produced, among other people, Pope John Paul II. And I've mostly lived in the city called Krakow, which is near Auschwitz, and it used to be the capital of Poland. Now, um, I ended up on radio, doing an English language program called Expat Radio, hence my name, on YouTube or whatever. And my life's an open book. And I discovered a country that was like very traditional in a way that America used to be, but is no longer. And I grew up in this 98% Democrat area. And everywhere I've observed that Democrats run, the cities are terrible, terrible places, especially for poor people and working people and non-white people. We're Puerto Rican. My mother was born in Ponce. My father was born in Maya West. But we're my dad looks black. Most of my brothers look darker than me. And that's just Puerto Rico. And we're proud Americans. And I'm just like, I spend more and more time in this traditional country, a broke country, because they started from nothing after communism, 1989. Are you still listening? Sorry, I don't know if I'm just talking.
We're listening.
Now, now, now there's this war in a country I love. I've been to Ukraine a dozen times, mostly in Lviv, which used to be part of something called Galicia, which actually was part of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. And I've also been to Kiev many times. I love this country. I love these people. If you line up 10 Russians and 10 Ukrainians and have them mix and match, and then you try to choose which one was Russian, which was Ukrainian, guess what? You can't. This is a civil war, right? Putin has always been fighting for the Russian parts of Ukraine, which is like the east of the Dnipro River, which looks like an ocean. It's kind of like Lake Michigan in parts. It's so wide. Now, America shouldn't be getting involved in nuclear wars. I came to Puerto Rico. Well, my whole family is in the United States. I have no relatives in Puerto Rico, but I volunteered for 3 months. In December, I came to Puerto Rico for the first time after the Hurricane Irma, which wiped out electricity for half the island, and then Hurricane Maria wiped out. And I was there. I was volunteering for 3 months, right? Because I have the time, and I'm lucky. I have a radio show. I'm a co-owner. I'm not a musician. I'm like the dumb business guy that does everything that musicians can't do effectively, because I like making deals. Like I miss making deals, and my first friends were musicians, and we have a studio, right? We kept it alive even during the pandemic, and now we're thinking about a podcast. But for 15 years, I was expat radio, English first, like expat radio on Radio Alpha, 102.4 FM. You
Right,
give us
I'm
2
just
hours, we'll
about
give
to
you.
say, do you
Anyway,
have a point?
yeah, the point is, why do people hate Trump? I get this all the time, and I don't know. I was just like, I grew up with Trump. Like, what is he trying to do? Make America first? Is that so bad? Like, it's just like, now they're trying to railroad Mayor Adams because he spoke out against the open borders, and Biden and his DOJ are trying to make him lose and this is unfair. He's only the second black mayor of New York, and he's a good guy. I think I've watched him, in the 90s when he was the head of a black fraternal organization of police officers, and it's the Democrats who are just trying to railroad him, and he's a good guy, and it's just like, why are not people angry? Why if you're not like the whitest cup of milk in the fridge, do you must join the Democrats. This is wrong. Like, everybody should vote for what's best for themselves and the country. And the Democrat Party is like, they're not the party of the working class or the poor or anybody. Like, how could they let these borders open? We don't have open borders in Europe, in Poland. Like, we don't, like, they do it in places like France and Ireland, and look what's happened to those countries. But Eastern Berlin, like your other caller said, is safe, it's traditional, it's sensible. They also love America more than the French and German obviously do. And anyway, that's what I wanted to say. I'm honored to get on your show, Judge. I'm in Puerto Rico right now. I'm on a vacation, and I'm listening.
You
And
don't sound Puerto Rican.
Well, I mean, I'm American. I mean, I was born in Brooklyn. I mean, I grew
Yeah,
up
but you sound
in.
more like Italian Irish Brooklyn than a Puerto Rican Brooklyn. Say something in Spanish.
Well, I'm probably the only Puerto Rican who speaks better Polish.
I don't think you're
Jestem
Puerto
Pablo.
Rican.
Jestem Pablo.
You ain't Puerto Rican.
Rozumiesz po polsku?
Your mother and
And
father was Puerto Rican?
sí, mi madre nació en Ponce y mi padre nació en Maya West.
You sound like a gringo speaking Spanish. Your parents, you are not Puerto Rican, honey.
I don't know. I mean, I got a scholarship out of the public schools from grade 7.
So you still
And
don't
I don't
sound
know.
Puerto
Like,
Rican. You both both
I don't
your
know
parents were
I
born
don't
in
know
Puerto
what Puerto
Rico.
Ricans. I don't know what Puerto Ricans are supposed to
And then
sound
you
like.
said your father is
Dana,
dark skinned Puerto Rico.
Dana, you sound
Puerto
like
Rican.
you're from Jersey. You don't sound like you're from the area of the black folk in the South. Oh,
Because I'm not from there. That's why.
well, here's what the deal is. A linguistic friend, a linguist who
No,
is a
Puerto
friend of
Ricans
mine.
in New York, they have
Hold
they
on, hold
sound
on,
Puerto
hold on,
Rican.
hold
I'm
on.
telling
Here,
you.
hold on. If they have that background, but somebody who
But
was
he has that. Okay, both his parents were
listen to
born and
just
raised.
listen to
No,
this.
you
Listen to
listen.
this. No, I
I'm
got
gonna
that.
finish talking. So let me finish. If you
Okay,
have
go ahead.
Puerto Rican parents born and raised in Puerto
Uh-huh.
Rico and they come to the United States and they have their kids here, yes, the kid's going to sound American, but it's also you're going to sound Puerto Rican. And even if you don't sound Puerto Rican, if somebody asks you to speak Spanish, you could speak Spanish and a Puerto Ricanish come out. You sound like you are Italian or Irish or
My
Polish
mother,
from Brooklyn.
my mother insisted that we speak English because
No,
we're
no,
in
no. That
America,
is Puerto
not in Puerto
Ricans. I
Rico.
know that. No, I'm not. It has nothing to do with speaking English. There's a lot of Puerto Ricans that speak English. Puerto Ricans speak English. They're taught English in Puerto Rico. You don't sound Puerto Rican at all. You don't have that. You don't have the dialect. You don't have the accent. Even you just, I don't know. And then I'm asking you to
I
speak Spanish, and you sound like a
at Columbia.
gringo.
Wait, at Columbia Grammar and Preparatory School, same school that Barron Trump went to, which I got a full scholarship for 7th grade to 7. I studied French, I studied Latin, and I studied Russian
But
that
did your
didn't last very
parents
long.
speak Puerto
But
Rican in the household when you were growing up?
I met my father when I was 21.
Oh.
I ate the government trees. We lived at the
Oh yeah,
project, the bridge
no, but your mom. I'm
apartments.
sorry, your mom raised you.
My mom, she was born in Puerto Rico. She came to America when she was 3,
But you
and
was
my
raised
dad
in a
also.
projects in Brooklyn.
Yeah, the bridge apartments. I was born in
Oh,
Brooklyn, but I grew up in Washington Heights, the bridge
okay.
apartments off the George Washington Bridge. Those
You
4
grew up in
buildings.
Washington House, and you sound like that.
Yeah,
I don't know,
I'm
expat.
from
I think you
Washington
I
Heights in
mean,
trolling.
Harlem.
I think you trolling with your lineage.
well, I don't know. Like, I mean,
Dana, shame on you. Come
my
on.
my birth certificate. I could send you a copy of my birth certificate. It says that both my parents were actually born in Puerto Rico,
I
in
don't
Maya
know.
West, in the terms of my dad, and Ponce were my mother. Would that
Okay,
satisfy your
Washington
curiosity?
Heights, mother Puerto Rican, and you don't really speak Spanish.
Okay,
Well,
Dana.
I don't. For
Dana,
over
the
20 years,
man's
I've been
saying he's
living in
from
Europe.
Puerto Rican extraction,
Oh, you
and
was living in Europe for 20 years.
he speaks like he
Well, I
speaks.
came. I came to Poland for the first time in October 2001, right? I've lived in England, where I also studied. I lived in Ireland, and I lived in Rotterdam in the Netherlands.
Yeah. Okay.
Um, I sound like, I don't know, like I'm not very hoodie, because guess what? I went to the library. I didn't go to the
There's a
parks
lot,
around
but
Washington
it's a lot
Heights.
of there are a lot of people in Washington Heights go to the library, but they're highly educated. But Washington Heights, and your mother Puerto Rican, and you was raised by your mother. I'm just saying the
Well,
the
okay,
accent, the
I'll blow your
dialect
mind.
is
My
slightly.
mother has been living in Utah for more than 30 years. For some reason, she thought she wanted to be a Mormon and moved my two little brothers and my sister to Utah and lives in
And not
Provo,
saying every
Utah to
Puerto
this day.
Rican has an accent like that, but because Jennifer Lopez, she don't have an accent, but when it's time for her to have that accent, the accent comes out. Just
Well,
whatever. But
that's
I'm
fake.
just saying.
That's probably fake. I
Hey,
mean,
hey, hey, Judge. Hey,
and why
Judge.
does it
I want to
matter what you sound
sanctify.
like?
Hey, Judge.
No, it was just a
Dana
question
found a
because you
bone.
said New York.
Dana found a bone. I'm gonna let y'all chew on that one because she ain't letting go of that one. But
Okay,
I
that's
just
No,
wanted
fine.
no,
to
no.
say I
It was
wanted
just
to thank you guys
no. That's I
for
don't
having
listen.
the space.
I don't know. I'm not calling him a liar. I don't know him. I'm just saying
Okay,
it's
well,
more
that's
so tongue
nice.
in cheek. But I'm just like you don't sound like someone of Puerto Rican descent from Washington Heights.
Yeah,
And if you
I'm
you
also
come from
I'm
Washington Heights,
also
so you know how majority of them sound like from Washington Heights.
of course, but like I also didn't go to those terrible schools in Washington. So I went to a private school. Like I think this year it
Okay.
costs 60 grand a year to send your kid to
Oh, okay.
any from.
Yeah.
I got a free ride because like I've got brains to burn.
Okay. But no, that was it. Let me go to tomato. Go ahead, tomato.
One little quick comment, Dana. A close friend of mine, Aida Rodriguez, the comedian, is from Puerto Rico, like it unless she chooses to. So it depends on where the person's from. I've been to Jamaica and heard somebody speaking patois and turned around and there's somebody of Chinese extraction whose parents came from Hong Kong because it was part of the British Commonwealth. So it's like a linguistic friend of mine, now deceased, says it doesn't make any difference what your ethnic
Well,
origin.
Peru had a Japanese
Yeah,
prime minister, Fujimori, in the 90s.
yeah, it depends on where you got raised and how intense the raising was as to what you sound like. There you go.
Somebody in the I'm about to go to tomato,
Anyway,
but somebody wait
I
one
love your
second and said
conversation. I love you, the judge.
yeah.
You're my
Wait
hero,
one
and I'm
second. I have
glad
a
you.
question. I have a
Yeah,
question. Somebody on YouTube said, does he use adobo seasoning?
of course.
You do. Oh.
Like you're not Puerto Rican if you don't have no adobo in your house. Come on.
We're trying to quiz you. Okay. All right.
But
Go
anyway,
ahead, tomato.
it's great. It's great you stick up for America. I love it, and more people will need to do that. And I hope your podcast goes viral, and more people,
I'm also sticking up
wake up.
for Washington Heights.
I know I love Washington Heights. I wish I could afford it now. No,
I
like that.
know, right?
Well, yeah, it's just like if you
Not
let
like what
in
we used
millions
to.
of people and they go back to the poor neighborhood. Now it's fancy. I mean, my oldest brother lives in Washington Heights.
Yeah,
I'm
they don't
jealous.
call Harlem. They don't call Harlem Harlem. They call it Northern New York, which is crazy.
That's
But
insane. That's
yeah.
insane.
All right,
You
so let me go
know.
to tomato.
Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank
Thank
you.
you. Go ahead, tomato. Tomato, then El Hotep.
Hey, hey Dana, hey Judge, how you guys doing today? First question I'd like to ask is the context in which you are saying that Trump is a thug, Dana, and the reason why I want to get
Oh,
the
because Jasmine
context.
Crockett is the first one I had was mediocre white boys because she said that on a CNN, and then she also said Trump, we have a thug in the White House, so it's a homage to her
Oh,
rhetoric.
okay, all right, gotcha. Okay, because essentially, Trump is essentially a businessman. What Trump lives and thrives on is leverage. My position, I'm a retired business manager at a major automotive manufacturer. And and quite frankly, when you look at the stuff that he's doing, he's simply using leverage. Tariffs, for example, I can tell you exactly what I would be doing if I was still in my past job right now. What I would be doing is I would be I would be targeting every component that we make in Canada and Mexico. Now we couldn't move the plants, but every component that I've sourced, I'd be leading a team of engineers along with our purchasing group to move that stuff back here. And it would be within the next 6 months. And and we would be in a war room right now with a whole bunch of spreadsheets on the wall, and we'd be doing this, quite frankly, for 10 hours a day and executing that plan. And it would only take us about 6 months to move it. So, and the Canadian guys know that. The Mexico guys know that because essentially, you know, we're what 30% of the I think Canadian GDP and 40% of the Mexican GDP. That means what they sell, 40% we buy and 30% we buy. So they don't actually have a leg to stand on. And when you're in that position as a negotiator, and you understand that the other guy doesn't have a leg to stand on, you can pretty much impose anything you want. And that's essentially what's happening. And you can see this in all the other elements of what he's doing. You know, if he's talking about BRICS, or if he's talking about the deportations and the whole 9 yards. This is just business strategy 101 with actions, with metrics that go along with those actions. And you know, he's got Elon Musk there, you know, putting compute IT to find everything. It's just how a business guy approaches the you know, the office of the president once they've actually had 4 years of experience to know how to apply all that business knowledge.
Something that you brought up, sir, makes me chuckle. She used the word thug, but I think there was something subconscious sneaking out. About 15 years ago, when I was doing a tour around the country to promote the show I had, it was popular to be a thug. And you'd be in some state, some city, and you'd turn on the radio and say, "This is Bobby on WFOOL. This is Take Care of Your Thug Week. Call in and let me know if you got a thug at home. Hello, Tamika, is this you?" Said, "Yeah, Bobby, I got me a thug at home. He's so fine." You see, so was she thinking about blackness when she said thug? And said, "Hey," somehow it got to my subconscious, and I got, since they were treating him so bad, like he was a black man, the way the system was trying to lock him up. Is there a little subconscious reflection here that she didn't realize when she was calling him thugs since 15 years ago? That was such a widespread term applied to black men of a certain
Well,
type.
Judge, I think I think you're onto that. I think you're onto something there. Now I have another question. This is my last question.
Wait,
Um,
well, hold that last
okay,
question for
okay,
one
all
second.
right.
I just want to read real quick what Jasmine Crockett. This was on MSNBC on the Alex Wick show. She said it's a cleansing when Democrats got out there and we said that our democracy was really at risk. People were like, "Democrats, you're out there, you're gaslighting. It's not our democracy." Well, he did say he'll be a dictator on day one. Trump is doing more than just talking. We talked about Project 2025. We talked about the consolidation of power. We talked about how he wanted to be a king. We talked about in a Democrat republic. That is not what it is. We have some sort of checks and balances, and he is doing everything that he can to get rid of those checks and balances. The DOJ and the people that he's going after were simply doing their jobs. Um, where she said here, I'm trying to get to that quote. I ain't want to read all that. Let me scroll up. Oh, she says, Representative Jasmine Crockett accused President Trump of acting like a thug who is trying to get rid of governmental checks and balances by firing or forcing out top FBI officials and federal prosecutors who worked on January 6 cases. And that's when she said it's a cleansing. So she called him a thug. And then on CNN, she called him a white supremacist and a racist. And he just want white man dominance in the White House and in this nation, for mediocre white
Well,
boys.
let me
Well,
add
So
well,
she,
something.
well.
Let
Oh,
me
okay, I'm sorry.
interject something quickly to this mix. If you read the Federalist Papers that were propounded 235, 237, 238 years ago to get the Constitution ratified in 1789, they were clear that the country was a republic that was not supposed to be governed as a democracy. The representatives were to be elected democratically, but they were not to govern democratically. And there was a great deal of saying they could govern in an autocratic fashion, but every 2 years, 4 years, or whatever the term was, they would be subjected to democratic retention methods when they ran for reelection, but they were not to govern democratically. So if she's accusing Trump of being exactly what the people who wrote the Constitution and supported its ratification intended, that's not a slur. So I pass the mic. That's just a historical clarification.
Well, and the
go ahead, Tomato. You said
well,
that.
and the I'm gonna say, in the I guess the ultimate, um the ultimate litmus test is really, it's all about transparency. If you got transparency, um, that solves a lot of problems, a lot of issues. And that's the one thing he's also doing again, and that's what in business you when you get to a certain position, you don't work with the same folk that are currently there. The first thing you do, because you know how that works, is you get rid of them folk and you put in your folk. I mean, that's just how it works. I mean, I don't. You can say he's getting rid of dudes. He should. That's how it works. Um,
Yeah, real quick. You just made me remember something. Every administration, and maybe I was watching Billions too much, but it's true. But every administration, when they come in, a lot of the prosecutors for the DOJ, they know they're not going to have a job because that new administration want to bring in their own people. So that's nothing new. So why is it that? And I guess the Democrats, they got to pull on straws from somewhere to make something out of nothing. But why is that a big deal? Because that's what a lot of administration do. They bring their own people in these federal positions, particularly in the DOJ. And at the same time, these are the same DOJ people that was prosecuting you over some BS. So why wouldn't you get
well,
rid of them?
and you have to bring those people in, and the because that whole system in any business, there's an inertia that you have to overcome, and you have to have enough people in place in the right spot to actually overcome that inertia, or else you continue to do the exact same thing, irregardless of who's in charge. And that's what we've seen, with the Biden administration. And when they talk about the threat to democracy, there's certain things, and one of the things that I pretty much harp on is this whole formation of BRICS, which, if there was a singular threat to this democracy, in my mind, this whole thing of BRICS is that singular threat. And that was caused by the Biden administration doing something that no one ever does. You don't play around with other folks' money, okay? And that's the one rule in business. You don't play around with people's money, because when you do that, they do other things. And the one thing that keeps the U.S. relatively in command of the global economy is the dollar. Anybody who's visited any place, you can pull that dollar out, man, all over the place. That dollar's respected. That's that's the financial control that we actually have, and then we benefit from that through pricing and all kinds of things. So I mean, when I source things, I make a choice. Do I source it in dollars, or do I source it in local currency? everybody always wants to source it in dollars because local currency can fluctuate against the dollar so dramatically, which becomes an advantage for us. So again, there were so many things that occurred during this administration that was a true threat to the republic. um it was just in it was just it was insane. Now my final question is a question that I was just thinking. um and this is for us as black folk. um the way our system works in the government, and you see it through the hearings and all the other things, is that all these folk have either through PACs and everything else. That's how this government is essentially managed, right? And when do we basically make a B pack, like a black pack? I think we get a lot more accomplished if we had our own political action committee. We put our own dollars to that committee and we fund these dudes so we can tell them what we want them to do for us, rather than just relying on the vote, which doesn't seem to get the job done. And it doesn't seem to do anything, quite frankly, other than move these chess pieces around. I'd just like to know, Judge, how to know your thoughts on that.
Well, I appreciate your point. I think you've stated it quite well. It's it's like we have too many officials too busy committing crime to fix crime, and crime is good cover for more crime. We've got this going on. We've got a situation where we've got black folk who control certain areas. Memphis, Tennessee is one of them. Shelby County that Memphis is in is another. But you have incompetents and cons running the city who don't know how to govern and are piss pants scared of the out of control street people. There are only, and I joked about it on a posting I had, the only growing industries are in stolen property and official graft. So why is it when you see places that are controlled by black elected officials like Fulton County, South Fulton in Fulton County, Atlanta, Georgia, you see so much criminality and so many of the public dollars that get ripped off and turned to something other than public use? What is that? What kind of mindset is it? I listened Memphis saying white supremacy is holding us down. I said, wait a minute, 75% of the police department is black. The chief of police is a black female. 75% of the county sheriff's department is black, and the sheriff elected is a black male. 75% of the jury panels are black. 60% of the criminal court judges are black and female. You have a situation where 80% of the school board is black. You've got a situation where 90% of the city council is black. The same thing with the county commission. So, just exactly where is the white supremacy that's making everything evil? You see, what's going on here? Superintendent of schools that got replaced because of some crooked black folk trying to profit by some money under the table. He got replaced by another somebody black. So, just exactly where is the white supremacy? What's going on down in Fulton County? You've got a lot of stuff down there that looks like money laundering, and Wade is singing his guts out, or singing like a canary, so he gets a plea deal with a certain sentencing cap when he cops out, and he's telling on everybody, and you're about to see some people down there busted for conspiracy on the federal level, Fannie Willis included, and a lot of others, perhaps Bragg in New York, perhaps Letitia James in New York, perhaps Fox in Illinois or Chicago. You've got a lot of this. Smith down there in Florida with that Mar-a-Lago situation. All of these folk had meetings in the White House, and they agreed to and came up with ideas to get Trump. But that's a conspiracy. And in American law, You can commit a legal act in a legal fashion, but it's a felony conspiracy if you conspire to pull it off. So let's get Trump becomes a conspiracy. That becomes a federal felony. And it's a real live mess. So why do we have these areas where, you get a minority that whines about how badly it's getting discriminated against when it gets in charge, turns to be a bigger crook than anybody else and holds itself back? You see, but that just is a matter of character. When you start talking about your ethnic group needs some relief, you also have to say, well, if they're going to get relief, they have to build character too.
Mm-hmm. I agree. Also, with the BRICS thing, and I'm gonna go to El Hotep. With the BRICS thing, Trump did say because they don't have a bank to make their currency. So, but Trump said if they do, he is going to put tariffs on all those countries that signed up for BRICS. So I like the thug, yes, and that's for me, is Trump a thug? Yes, and we need a thug because what we had prior was a punk. Prior that last administration, they were wimpy, they were punks, they were weak. So yes, he is a thug, and this nation is in need of one. El Hotep. And listen, anybody want to request to come up, do so now because we are ending at midnight Eastern Standard Time. Go ahead, El Hotep.
Hey Judge, hey Dana, how's everything going?
Good. How are
Um,
you?
Pretty good. I don't know if you guys went over this real quick. I just got one quick question. Well, I do want to go over something that Tomato had said. Um, there are there's black tax and there's actually me and my cousin was having this conversation yesterday. There's black tax and there's black banks, right? But how many of us are willing to invest in them and take the time to do the research and seek them out? I think it's important for us to do that due diligence. So I think I'll just leave it as that. We just got to take the time to do our due diligence on that. I did want to ask both you, Dana, and the judge your thoughts on Marco Rubio and El Salvador's president. I don't know if they came to the agreement yet, but they're coming to an agreement where they would send U.S. prisoners to El Salvador. So I just wanted to get your guys' thoughts on that. Legally, you got some people saying it's unconstitutional and stuff like that. So I just want to get your guys' opinion on that.
Wait, what was the question again?
Marco Rubio and El Salvador's president had came to an agreement to send United States prisoners to El Salvador's jail. There's some stipulations that they're negotiating and stuff like that, but that was something that they had came to an agreement they had discussed today. So I just wanted to get your guys' thoughts on that. You got some people saying it's
What they bring
legal.
what to send Americans
Yeah,
or
to send
illegal
American
immigrants?
American prisoners. So the deal is to send American prisoners to El Salvador in jail. I tagged the judge. I posted it on X earlier, and I had posted it on his page. So if you do get a chance to go to his page and see it, it should be up there. But yeah, this is
I thought
something
I
that was
did. Maybe I read it wrong because I did see something like that, but maybe I read it wrong. I thought he was sending the illegal migrants there, but maybe I
nah
read it wrong.
nah. I guess apparently it's U.S. prisoners. So um yeah, I just kind of want to get you guys' thoughts on that.
Hmm.
Well, okay. So, well, my thoughts: sending American citizens to an El Salvadorian prison. No, and what is the reason behind doing that? Because first of all, our prison systems here, and maybe he's talking about on a federal level, but then that's profit. It's all about capitalism. But definitely on the state level, the corrections, Department of Corrections, that's all about making money. So why would you ship out your product that makes you money? So I'm gonna go back and read that because I didn't get that. I thought it was for the illegals going in, not Americans, which I will be against. So go ahead, John.
Well, Right now, since that would require a treaty if it was to be carried out, the treaty would have to be ratified by the U.S. Senate. That hasn't happened, so it's basically in the realm of First Amendment speech right now. And also, anything can be talked about on the diplomatic front. That isn't necessarily saying it'll be carried out in terms of the reality. And the truth of it is we have places all around the world where dark ops, the CIA, and other people are holding prisoners or having them held on our behalf so that they aren't under the auspices of American law. Nobody knows about them, and uh, this is one of those things, by the way, that resulted in that ruling some time ago about the immunity of a president acting within the scope of his office. A lot of stuff that is done for national security is technically quite illegal. So I know we certainly tried to kill Castro off a few times over the last 70 some years until he died, but that was illegal under American law. But it's done.
So, real quick, so let me just read this. It says U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio responded to criticism Tuesday after he announced that Salvadorian President Nayib Bukele had offered to accept deportees from the U.S. of any nationality, as well as violent U.S. citizens currently serving time in American prisons. Quote, that's an offer President Bukele made. Obviously, we'll have to study it on our end. There are obvious legalities involved. We have a constitution, we have all sorts of things, but it's a very generous offer. Well, as far as American citizens being sent to a prison in a foreign country, absolutely not. And this is why I was against Mark Rubio being a nominee for Secretary of State. He is not qualified because he does dumb shit like this. So no, why would you even study to send U.S. United States citizens to a prison in another country? Deportees, illegals is one thing, but American citizens, if they commit a crime here, our prisons, federal and state, are good enough to keep them there. And they probably worked at one point and paid taxes. They are citizens, so they still have constitutional rights here, and you'll be violating their rights. So why would you even study something like that? So that's why I said he is just so unqualified.
Real
Actually,
quick.
if I were listen, if I were a judge and that was in front of me, the way I'd interpret what I just heard is that Salvador, El Salvador, is offering. That does not mean you accept the offer, but they're offering. And there's no commitment to that. And as I said, it wouldn't be effective unless it was reduced to a formal treaty and ratified by the U.S. Senate. So it wouldn't wash. But it's
But
an
why would he say,
offer.
oh, let's study it?
Well, all in other words, the entire proposal. You don't have to accept everything. It's a negotiated situation, whether you're talking real estate, a loan, line of credit,
But you don't have.
business.
I no, I see what you're saying, but I'm not into when if he made added that extra. Well, we'll take even U.S. citizens who commit
He didn't
violent
say
crimes.
it. It wasn't
No, I'm
Rubio.
talking about when he was speaking to the president, and when
It
that president
doesn't
offered
make
that,
any.
he should have said, we will take into consideration the illegals, but U.S.
No, you
citizens is
don't
off
do
the
it that way.
table.
You just leave it on the table because it's not up to you. It's
No,
up to the president. So you say thank you for the offer. You don't say that's unconditional right now. You just say I'll submit it. So it was likely to come back. That the very first treaty the United States Senate ratified 234 years ago is interesting. It was with France, and it had a caveat. The U.S. Senate said, we accept this treaty with the following exception. We cannot say we are a sovereign Christian country because our Constitution forbids that. Therefore, with that exception, we will ratify the balance of the proposed agreement. You see, it doesn't have to be something that is ultimately going to be put into law, which a treaty is.
Right.
but
Can
why
I
would
So
can
that
I camel
president
back off
even
the judge?
offer?
he just felt like it.
One
Only
second.
20. Look, let me
No,
give
no,
you a
no. Why would that
statistic.
president?
I'm
Why
going
would
to
the
tell you.
president of
I'm
El
going to tell you.
Salvador? Why would the president of El Salvador include American citizens?
Because he doesn't know any better, and he knows that the CIA is probably operating down in El Salvador, dealing with drug situations along with DEA, and there are probably people that are effectively American prisoners down there with drug trafficking who are being held in Salvadorian jails. But here is the deal. There are only 25% of the practicing lawyers and sitting judges in the United States that have actually read the U.S. Constitution. I'm pretty certain that the Salvadorian president has not read the U.S. Constitution, and he's just coming up with an idea that he's bouncing off of the U.S. representative. That's what you got here. It's
I think
nothing
he
to be
has read
all
it.
worked up. What, the
I will
Salvadorian
say this
president?
Well,
though, real
Yeah, I
quick,
think
because
he
he has
has
been
read
with
let
it.
me say
Donald
this.
Trump Jr. last year.
No,
So
Melanie, you gotta stay muted. It's El Hotep's time. Go
so
ahead.
so
Okay,
so
but
I'll swing back to you.
no. I mean, I'll just say this, Judge. With laws like the NDAA, you got the Patriot Act. I'm gonna just throw a far fetched question. How realistic though is this? I mean, this could be possible. Do you think this could be something that's possible, or is it too far fetched? I mean, because
I
he's not
don't
a
think
dummy.
you. I
Um,
don't think you have anything to worry about. It's just a proposal. It's not going anywhere. And the
Hmm.
first time an American prisoner was subject to being transferred under that, there would be some lawsuit that's going to go somewhere and an injunction from a federal court until the matter is resolved. And I can see how it would be resolved. That's not going to pass muster too easily. It's a proposal. You'd be surprised at what gets proposed in treaties that does not, well, proposed in prospective treaties that does not wind up in the final treaty. There's this thing called negotiation.
Yeah, as
I'll
long as
agree
that's
with
not
you,
in it.
but it's definitely something you do got to worry about. He's very smart. I mean, I'm not going to raise him up like that, but look how he ran his country as far as their cryptocurrency and Bitcoin and stuff like that. He's no dummy. So I mean,
Yeah,
it's
but
the reason why
look,
he's done this and proposed it.
look, yeah, but the point is, first off, the federal judges can control where federal prisoners wind up going. Usually they defer to the Federal Department of Corrections.
So my thing
If
is,
they aren't ordered to send somebody there, they aren't going there.
right, because you know what, Judge, this is what I'm looking at, right? A criminal is a criminal. Okay, you get locked up, you're found guilty. However, you have, if you want to appeal your case, you have a right to do that. How it's harder for you to do it if you're in a prison in a foreign land.
Well, that's why it's not going to happen. Because unless you have a black ops situation where somebody's been held incommunicado in a foreign place, courtesy of the CIA, NSA, or one of the military entities, it ain't gonna happen. Because first off, a court's not gonna surrender control jurisdiction wise over somebody that it's sentenced.
And then and
Now,
then
it's
two,
not going to happen.
let's think of it money wise, because each person sitting in a prison is a cost. So is our federal, and now say if, okay, our president agreed to some mess like that or whatever, and the Congress approves it. So now we got to send federal dollars to the El Salvadorian prison.
He probably
It's
wants
not going
Bitcoin.
to happen.
You know what I'm
He's
saying?
just
Can
telling
you
the
hear me?
public what the El Salvadorian president
Can anybody hear
proposed.
me?
It's not going to
We can hear
happen.
you.
I can hear you.
It's not going to happen.
I can't hear anybody. If
I
somebody
just
is
figured I asked
talking.
that question though.
All right.
I can hear you.
Appreciate that answer, Judge. Appreciate that, Dana. I can hear you, Dana, but I appreciate the time and the response. Hope you guys have a good one.
Okay, take it easy.
That's it, Judge. It's over.
No, I mean, can you? I can hear you.
Yeah,
Can you hear anybody else?
yeah. I can
Dana's
hear. I can
Dana's
hear
probably
everybody else.
reconnected.
Right.
Okay, I hear other people too.
Right. But I wanted to add this before I get up out of here, Judge. I wanted to tell the people about the Ku Klux Klan Act of 1871, an act to enforce the provisions of the 14th Amendment to the Constitution of the United States, and for the purposes of the President Grant signing the Enforcement Act of the Library of Congress in December of 1865, which at the same time, the 13th Amendment was abolishing slavery nationwide. A group of former Confederates formed a self-proclaimed self-defense organization, the Ku Klux Klan. Former General Nathan Bedford Forrest served as its first Grand Dragoman, and from 1866 onward, Oswald Klansmen engaged in a what is a campaign of terrorist violence against so-called Black Americans. So the Unionists, the loyal state governments, agents, and federal officers in the South, introduced by Representative Samuel Schallenberger of Ohio, the KKK Act, officially known as an act to enforce the provisions of the 14th Amendment, which is colorable in law. So I want to add this too. All so-called blacks are bound by heritage to this continent of the American. So when he get on national TV and proclaim certain ludicrous things like that, then you already know where these people are going with their evil intentions. So that's why we have to understand law, ladies and gentlemen. And I'm gonna yield the floor and let Judge take over there.
You can hear me
You can hear
now?
me now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, I can hear.
Okay, I
All
can
right.
hear. All right.
You're echoing
All right.
All right.
I
badly.
I
know.
know.
So
So, all right. What about now?
That's better.
Okay.
Absolutely better.
Okay.
Yeah, and then I wanted to say this too. They said that the so-called blacks will be Democrats for the next 200 years. So take that into when y'all looking into the Republican form of government, because you was never to be a Democrat in the first place. And I yield with that. Thank you, guys.
all right, one
All right.
second.
1 second.
So is
So,
that
is that
You're echoing again.
shit? Is that Nika and Live JD and Prolific? So, did that Nika go?
Oh no, I haven't spoken yet. I was just listening
All
to
right.
y'all
So,
cook. I was just,
but no, I'm just giving the order. So, is that Nika, Live JD, and Prolific? So, go ahead. That Nika.
oh yeah, I was just listening to y'all whip up y'all plates and cook. You know what I'm saying? Respect to the room. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
hi? Well, you
Hi.
requested
Well,
to
you
speak.
requested
So
to
is there
speak.
something
So,
that
is
you
there
wanted to
something that
say?
you wanted to say?
You're echoing again,
Oh
Sorry.
yeah, I do. Oh yeah, I do want to.
and everybody that's talking is echoing through you.
I know
Oh,
I had okay, so my iPhone it kept
am
saying
I coherent?
no, listen, 1 second. My
Yes,
iPhone
ma'am.
it kept saying that it's disconnect it wasn't connecting, and then I can't hear anything on my iPhone. So now I signed in on my Android. So if I unmute here, it automatically unmutes the other one, but I had to manually mute the other one. It's crazy right now, but whatever. So go ahead, that Nika.
Hey, so you can hear better now?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, that's how I know this fuck boy ain't taking people to Mars because he can't even make an app that function properly. But anyway, just address your prompt with this: is Trump a thug or a USA aid, which is a fucked up way of saying foreign policy?
Lay off that
Yeah,
And
F
lay
word.
off the F word.
I'm not gonna cuss. I'm sorry. I won't cuss no more. I apologize. I just have to. I'm very brash sometimes. Um, but yeah, this messed up way of saying foreign policy. Um, you know, overall everything. In my humble opinion, I just feel like if you apply the first 10 Bill of Rights, or really that's what it is, the Bill of Rights, because everything after the 10 is some bull crap, in my humble opinion. Because if you apply the first 10 to everybody who's
really a sovereign citizen to this place, you don't really have to make amendments. Cause amend just mean you're trying to like undo some bull crap you did in the first 10. So with the first, what is it? First, if you go through the lines of the Bill of Rights, what I get to believe what I want to believe, I get to say what I want to say, I get to have a gun while I say it and believe it. I get to assemble with other people who believe the same stuff I want to say and believe, right? And we don't have to snitch on each other. I think that's like the first 5 Bill of Rights right there, right? And then after that, you can't search my stuff. You know what I'm saying? If you just keep like that's it's a story. It's a cool story. The Bill of Rights is a great story, right? We can get to have guns, believe what we want to believe, say what we want to say. We ain't got to snitch on each other. We get to assemble, and we get to petition. So if I think my government is on some bull crap, we get to say, you know what? We don't like that. That's the bill, and that's like the first, and we don't get to snitch on each other. That's the 5th one. So that's pretty
Wait
much.
a minute, wait. Question. What do you mean by we don't get to snitch on each other?
Oh, you could plead the 5th. You don't have to
Well, no,
incriminate.
that's not stitching. That's you don't
Well, we're
get
not
to
going to
tell
break the
on.
law
You don't
though.
have to tell on yourself.
Yes, sir. We're not going to break
You
the law, Mr.
can be
Brown.
listen. If you don't have a Fifth Amendment jeopardy, you can be compelled, forced to testify against other people, or locked up until you do, or confined in jail until you post a material witness bond. That's the funny thing about the pardon to the January 6th committee in Congress and other people that Biden pardoned. They no longer have a Fifth Amendment protection to remain silent. They can be forcibly compelled to testify against others or locked up until they give that testimony.
Yes, sir. OG. Hey, man, whoever them people. Hey, I low key, I think a lot of the people who Biden pardoned. So that's that. Like those are real criminals. He part. How you gonna pardon the guy who told me to wear a mask for like a year and a half? Like, yeah, he's a
Why
criminal.
not? There's no crime he committed. It's stupidity, maybe. It's lack of wisdom, maybe. It maybe is lack of something else. Maybe it's dereliction in the performance of somebody's job, but it's not criminal. There's no federal criminal law that stipulates that what you're talking about, Fauci. There's
Yeah,
no
why would he
federal
get? And
criminal
it's the
law.
A's man. This the A's
Yeah,
man
but
too.
there's no federal criminal law that he broke.
Maybe
The
I.
pardon has to do with going back to 2014 with the
Yeah,
gain of function in Ukraine. That's what it has to go back towards.
yeah.
I
I
believe.
don't
Well, it
necessarily think he
may, but
broke
I'm just
laws.
saying
And the
that's
Oh, I'm
practices in
sorry.
the lab, the
precedent.
Wuhan lab too.
That's see, there's one thing about breaking a law, and there's another thing about acting negligently. There's another thing about acting recklessly, which may be against the law. There's another thing about acting unwisely, but unwisely is not criminal. That just means you aren't fit for the position you have.
Yeah, I just think it's funny that he got a pardon. That's all I'm saying. Like he got
Well,
some
the
Yeah, like
immunity.
why
question
give somebody a pardon if they didn't
Yeah.
commit a crime?
Well, the question is, what else is going on that we don't know about? See, with the January 6th folk, remember my remarks about 15 minutes ago about conspiracy. If you do something in a legal fashion that is otherwise legal, that's okay. It may show a lack of judgment. It may be dumb, stupid, ignorant, or whatever, but it's not criminal. But if you get with other people and you agree to something that's not legal in terms of your effect. In other words, we're going to use the system to oppress somebody or persecute somebody, then even if what you're otherwise ordering is legal, becomes a felony.
All right.
Because
Prolific.
it would be
Hey, hold on.
deprivation of
Can I
civil rights.
land real
Is that
quick?
why, Judge?
Once. I
Anything that is for an illegal purpose becomes a conspiracy. For example, let's say there are 15 merchants in this town who sell product X. and they decide to drop the price. Okay, no big deal. Let's supposing a 16th person moves into town and sells this product, and the rest of them agree to drop the product price so they can drive this guy out of business. That's a conspiracy, and that's illegal.
All right, so I want to go to Prolific, then Peter. Go ahead, Prolific. Prolific.
I can hear somebody just faintly.
I know that's not prolific though. I don't know if prolific. Well, I do know the mute. I've muted everyone, so the to unmute yourself sometimes take a minute. Prolific King. If going once, going twice. All right, go ahead, Peter.
Hey, good evening, everybody. I'm super excited for what's to come with Trump going in and saying that we're going to take control of Gaza. Plus the deportations, the U.S. aid. I think he's cleaning house. He's getting rid of all the garbage that we saw over the last, I would say, over a decade, going back to the Obama years. And I'm excited, man. I think that we really are going into the golden age of America. Is Trump a thug? No, I think he's just somebody who is, a powerful person, and this is what powerful people do. I think he's already got agreements made with Saudi Arabia and the other Arab nations that would balk at this, and they're all going to line up in line with the Abraham Accords. And I think it's going to be great. So I'm super excited.
Okay.
Actually, I have the personal opinion that you ought to tear most of these bureaucracies down, see what you have and what you really need for the government to operate efficiently, and then build it back up again. It's got too much in this, there's too much in this bureaucratic system that is dead weight or actually harmful.
Judge, what do you think the CIA does and the deep state does to push back? Because he's basically threatening to take away all of their black ops funding through drug trafficking and sex trafficking. That's how the CIA and all these agencies fund all their black ops. What are they going to do, number one, to push back? And then where would they be able to get their funding from if those two main sources of funding go away?
Well, let's take CIA. When the CIA was created in 1947, the specific mandate was to acquire and analyze information from around the world, digest it, and prepare it for a presentation to the president to keep him briefed. Now, is that what the CIA does? Because that's what their mandate is about, and they are supposed to act abroad, not within the United States. So is the CIA doing something else? Perhaps what they do ought to be reserved for military intelligence. Naval intelligence used to do that for the longest time. You've got Army intelligence, Air Force intelligence, and is the CIA actually functioning? You see, so if you tear one down, perhaps you're just saying, hey, the president of the United States, here I am. It's supposed to be for my benefit. These guys exist for the exclusive purpose of briefing me so I can make decisions as commander in chief and chief diplomat for the United States. And I find they're no longer effectively doing that. So since they are an administrative agency under the executive branch, and I'm head of the executive branch, I don't like them, and I decide to deactivate them because they're useless. Done deal.
Anything else, Peter?
One more question. How do you feel about the FISA courts? Do you think the FISA courts need an overhaul? And should we? I mean, how could the question I guess I'm asking is how can evidence be given in secret with no oversight by anybody but the secret court and the judges on that court, and us to know that they're not doing things that they're not supposed to be doing?
Well, here's the thing. They can put the stuff out in secret, keep it secret, but no person shall suffer a loss of life, liberty, nor property without due process of law, which the Fifth Amendment makes dependent upon a open and public, an open, speedy, and public trial. So you can't confine anybody for that
But what
on any criminal offense without an open, public, speedy trial where due process of law exists, which is the right to confront your accusers, to use the subpoena powers of the court to compel production of evidence and attendance of witnesses in your own behalf, to cross examine any witnesses who testify against you and test the credibility of the evidence given. You see, you can't do that in a secret proceeding, so no one shall be deprived of life, liberty, nor property without due process of law. So you can't do that. Now, admittedly, the Obama administration came up with one of the most screwed up positions I've ever read, and I got a copy of the transcript and read the judge's remarks. They said that the President of the United States, from Obama's point, had the authority to take somebody's life, an American citizen's life, who had never committed a crime, even if this occurred not abroad, but in the continental United States, if in his position, his opinion, exclusive opinion, he thought the person was a threat to the country. The judge was absolutely aghast. What wound up happening is he enjoined the Obama administration from doing what they were going to do. Obama ordered it done, and it was done anyway. And his Justice Department declined to prosecute him, and no special prosecutor was called for by the other party. Absolutely horrendous, and it stands as a precedent.
you're talking about Nouri al-Awlaki in Yemen, right? With the he was killed with the Hellfire missile along with his son in a cafe.
Yeah, 16-year-old son, and the plaintiff was his father, all three of whom were born in Detroit, and they were Native American citizens.
So the precedent
That
that he set was basically, if you're threatening the United States, we don't have to wait for due process. We could take action in service of national security. Was that the gist of it?
Yeah, in fact, it's interesting. The judge says, gentlemen, what happens? Are you saying that if an American citizen who's unaware of this inadvertently leaves the country on a vacation, the president can kill him? And it's interesting. It says pause, and then it says U.S. government. It says, no, Your Honor, not quite. The judge says, well, that's a relief. He said, government, no, sir, I don't think you'll find it relieving. Our position is the person doesn't have to leave the country. So the judge pauses, the transcript says, long pause. Wait a minute. Are you saying that your position is that the president can order this to happen inside the United States? The reply is, yes, sir, that's true. And the judge says, wait a minute. What happens if, say, the police stumble on this and they attempt to intervene and a policeman is killed? And they look, there's a pause again, and then the transcript says, well, Your Honor, the president has pardoning power. He can pardon whoever was involved. So the judge comes back, who's going to pardon him? And didn't he swear to uphold the law? Where does that come in the law? And their position was, this supersedes the Constitution. This is just inherent in the governmental authority of the United States. And the judge just sort of loses it, and he says, oh, no, no. He said, you're going to brief this further. And meanwhile, the court will grant the requested injunction until this matter is heard again. And they went ahead and did it anyway and violated the injunction, and nothing happened.
That's wild.
Well, let me tell you about a case I had in my courtroom very briefly. I had 7 people, American citizens, who discovered diamonds in a national Park. They got a mining permit to mine it. Oppenheimer de Beers, this has been 35 years ago, sent some agents over here to tell them, we have an offer you can't refuse. You sell the diamonds to us, and this is what you'll sell them to us for. They told Oppenheimer de Beers to go to hell. So shortly thereafter, the Oppenheimer folks sent 4 assassins over. They murdered 4 of these 7 outright. They cornered the 5th later on at a residence. They shot him several times. Some police were right next door on a domestic disturbance call. They ran over, guns drawn, and the 4 assassins who were getting ready to shoot this guy in the head and kill him, they dropped their guns. So we went to trial in my courtroom. We'd been going on for quite some time, going into the background of this thing. In Tennessee, you cannot try a case on Sunday. So we broke late Saturday night, and we're going to reconvene Monday morning to proceed with trial. When Monday morning comes, there are no defendants. The U.S. State Department had granted them immunity for killing these 4 American citizens and put them on an airplane and transported them back to South Africa. Now, that's sometimes the way it is. They were granted diplomatic immunity. So these
What's the
things,
name of the case, Judge?
what's they?
What was the name of the case?
I don't remember. It was 35 years ago, and it was in front of me. I think it was 1990,
Wow. And this is in Tennessee.
Tennessee. I
So
think it was late December 1990 when this thing started.
so all of our rights, the 10 amendments, the Bill of Rights that the other dude just spoke about, it's all nonsense. The government could do what they want when they want to do it, and they'll just make excuses up to justify what they're doing.
They might not be able to get away with it if there's time, but the problem is it takes time because in our court system, everything has to have a foundation. So laying that foundation, whether you're talking about introduction of evidence and a trial, or you're talking about something that needs to be brought up on appeal, you have to go step by step, and it takes time. It can't happen overnight because, frankly, sometimes you're involved in a situation and you're going for several days, a week, a month, while the matter is pending, and then all of a sudden the light bulb goes on and you say, oh, wait a minute, I didn't even realize it. That's what the problem is, and that's what we have to address. If this thing had been resolved 3 weeks before, never would have thought of this. So a lot of times that's what goes on. So you hear this stuff lately, the judge denied the motion to so and so. It's simply you haven't gone far enough for us to have something to work with.
All right.
So it takes time.
I see Joe requesting, but Joe, I don't know if I don't have time for trolls tonight because you have 0 followers. You're following 46 people, and you have no posts. You have not tweeted nothing, and I don't have time for it tonight.
Please, Dana, can I speak, please?
Okay, so now your mute button is working. Yes, I called on you before. Go ahead, prolific.
Okay, thank you so much for the opportunity. I would like to thank Joe Brown for his wealth of knowledge. I follow you on Instagram. I mean on X. I appreciate you. Like I didn't grow up here. I grew up in Africa. So pardon my English. English is like my 5th language. So
Where are you from?
I'm from the northern part of Nigeria.
You House of Fulani?
No. I'm from like the Fulanese
Okay.
and the Hausas.
Okay. House of Fulani,
Yes,
we
sir.
call it.
Yes, sir.
I'm Yoruba
Okay.
by family
Oh, okay.
background.
Okay. Nice.
I don't know. I suppose what would you speak in Arabic, but in Yoruba, Shita Dani.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you so much. I'd like to ask you like 2 questions. Then I'll also say something at the end of the day. Um, I've heard this expression that the president of the United States, that's Donald Trump, or whoever is the president then, but right now we have Donald Trump, that he's the CEO of the United States of America. He's the commander in chief of the United States of America. He's the chief magistrate of the United States of America, and he's the chief law enforcement officer. Can you please explain what those terms means so that I can have an understanding? Then,
Okay. Now,
then my second. Okay, do you want me to pause so that you can explain, or I can go ahead with
now
it?
I got what you're saying. Let me try to break this down real quick.
Okay.
The American system is not modeled on the corporation.
Okay.
The corporation is modeled on the American citizen system.
Okay.
Because when the United States became a country, corporations had not been invented in America.
Okay.
Now, what happens is you can look to the corporate structure, though, since it was modeled on the U.S. government to see what's going on. You have the citizens in the United States, and in a corporate situation, you have the stockholders. The citizenry elects a board of electors, and the stockholders elect a board of directors.
Okay.
The board of directors appoints a chief executive officer, and the board of electors, also known as the electoral college,
Okay.
appoints a chief executive who by law is commander in chief of the military and also chief diplomatic officer. Now, the first president of the United States of America was somebody that everybody had in mind
Mm-hmm.
in 1789 when the Constitution was ratified. That person was George Washington. He was 6'4", going on 6'5", much taller than the average man in the United States at that time. He had been General Washington, who led the revolution, and he was well respected for his developed prowess in Europe. So it was a natural to get that person, and everybody anticipated him being the president, to be also the commander in chief, because at the time there was nobody better. So, fortunately for the history of the country, he declined to run after he'd been elected twice.
Okay.
And that stayed through Franklin Delano Roosevelt, who broke the mold by running 4 times and getting elected 4 times. After that, they passed a constitutional amendment that would forbid it. Now, that's how all of this came into play. We have checks and balances. They read this way: you have the executive branch co-equal with the judicial branch, co-equal with the legislative branch. The legislative branch makes the laws, the executive branch enforces the law,
Okay.
and the judicial branch interprets and rules upon application of the law.
Okay.
You have the House, which is elected by popular vote. You had the Senate, which used to be appointed but now is elected, and they serve 6-year versus 2-year terms to calm down and smooth out what this popular thing is done by the House.
Okay.
And then you have the federal government that's offset by the multiple state governments. And you have the Second Amendment, so the people have a right to be armed. So the people themselves are an offset to both the state and the federal government.
Okay.
So we have these built-in checks and balances.
Okay.
The Supreme Court or courts can declare laws unconstitutional.
Mm-hmm.
The legislative branch determines how many judges you have and what the courts are and what they get paid. And then you have the chief executive officer, who in the state system is usually a governor, but in the federal system is the president.
Okay.
And that person enforces the law and deals with the cabinet that helps him to administer the law, if
Okay.
that makes an explanation.
Yeah, it does. It does. It does. Thank you very much. Then my second question is the Department of Government Efficiency, that's the Dodge Department, is is there a possibility that the Congress can vote to shut it down? Is that
They
possible?
could,
Okay.
they could,
Okay.
but what happens is it would just have to be going unofficial, since it's a creature of the president who has the executive authority under the Constitution
Okay.
to do the things that that committee would be recommending to him. So he just sets that up as a series of advisors. Many U.S. presidents over the last 236 years now have had unofficial advisors who were ambassadors or representatives of the president, but they had no official authority.
Okay.
That's up to the president. He's chief executive. He can do it how he wants so long as he doesn't break the law.
Okay. Thank you. Then my third question is pardons. During the last administration, did what a lot of people called preemptive pardon. So if somebody doesn't commit a crime, why are they receiving a preemptive pardon? Then a follow-up question is there is a guy called General Milley. He also received like a preemptive pardon. Can the president call him? But since the president is the commander in chief of the military, can the president give him an order to be reinstated back to the military? Then he can be court-martialed. Is that a possibility?
Yes. See, what, not really. Once you pardon somebody of something, and by the way, in law, we call it a prophylactic pardon.
Prophylactic.
Now, the most recent and notorious example of that is when Vice President Spiro Agnew resigned and became indicted by Maryland and the federal government and served penitentiary time.
Yeah.
Jerry Ford became the vice president, and Jerry Ford reached an agreement with Richard Nixon, who was president of the United States in 1974, who got caught up in what we called the Watergate scandal. And the agreement was, is if I resign and you become president, you pardon me for all possible offenses. So he did. So that's not the first time that's happened. Abraham Lincoln did that at the end of toward the end of the American Civil War to promote unity. Truman did that at the end of World War II and leading up to Korea a time or two. So it's not unprecedented. And under American law for 236 years, the president has absolute unquestioned authority to issue any pardon for anything he chooses, and it cannot be questioned.
So what's the difference between a pardon and a preemptive pardon?
This same thing. In other words, I declare and I issue the certificate that you have committed no crimes flowing out of anything that has to deal with X, Y, and Z. All right, that's it. Obama issued a pardon against 23 British petroleum executives, but 5 other executives were scapegoated and they wound up going through the indictment process and getting prosecuted. Nothing happened to them, but that happens. You see, Trump can pardon anybody he wants to. Biden can pardon anybody he wants to. And since the Constitution doesn't make a distinction, technically, he might be able to pardon himself.
Okay. Thank you so much.
There are reasons for that. It's got to do with the protection of the system and checks and balances. So what happens is if some misapplication of federal law occurs in some circuit, there are several in the United States, what winds up happening is that the president can undo the injustice or the miscarriage of law and simply pardon somebody.
mm,
Now, you can commute a sentence, which the difference between a pardon and a commutation is a pardon means you're excused. What you did is no longer considered a crime. It just didn't happen. But when it's a commutation, it's okay. You served enough time. And that's the end of it. Trump pardoned during his first administration Jack Johnson, a black world heavyweight champion from before World War I.
okay.
And he got arrested under what's known as the Mann Act, which was why the FBI was created, basically out of the Bureau of Investigation for the Justice Department, to get Jack Johnson and set up the Mann Act. They most recently got indicted Diddy under the Mann Act, several counts, 3 counts, and they got R. Kelly. They convicted him of the Mann Act. So what Trump did is he pardoned Jack Johnson because the Mann Act says transporting females across state lines for illicit purposes. And Jack Johnson was transporting his legal wife across state lines, but she happened to be white. He was black. This was back in 1911 or thereabouts. And Georgia did not recognize interracial marriage, so they busted him. He got convicted. He escaped. His mother wanted him to come back. He came back, tried to sneak in, got caught, served his time, got extra time for escaping, got out, and died in a car wreck in 1946. So Trump said the man never should have been convicted, never should have been prosecuted. This is repugnant to American law, therefore he's pardoned. And by the way, Barack Obama refused repeatedly to pardon Jack Johnson, but Donald Trump did.
All right.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. I appreciate you. Thank you,
Thank
Dana.
you for the question.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Thank you, everyone.
Good.
All right.
Before I get to deep, I want to say thank you to Boss Gaddafi. He's sending the super chat on YouTube, and shout out to everybody on YouTube. Honorable Judge Joe Brown, good evening, Your Honor. I know it's not much, but I just want to say thank you for your everlasting commitment to the Constitution and the truth. Thank you, Honorable Judge Joe Brown. And thank you, Boss
Thank
Gaddafi.
you.
And I want to get to
Hey,
deep.
Miss
And
Dana, can I ask one question? I'll leave your space. Judge Joe Brown, are you from Orange Mound?
No,
okay.
Oh, okay.
I'll break it down. I was born in Washington, D.C., went from kindergarten through law school in Los Angeles. More than 50 years ago, I moved to Memphis, Tennessee. And I've been here ever since. So I'm not from Orange Mound, but I'm very familiar with it since I've lived here for 50 years.
All right.
Actually, longer than 50 years. So anyway, it is what it is.
So we got about 15 more minutes. I want to get to I'm sorry, Adam then D, because Adam was first. So go ahead. How you doing, Adam? And then I'm gonna go to D.
Good evening, Dana and Judge. I hope you're having a great evening, great space. Of course.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah,
How are you?
I'm doing all right. It's a wild ride. The first few weeks here in office, it's very entertaining. I'll say that much.
Right.
Yeah, just looking forward to things. So I see that the topic is Trump. Is Trump a thug? I don't know. Protests against deportations, USAID, and more. What was the more on the after?
Oh, anything, whatever you want to talk about, and more of whatever, because it's open mic.
All right. Well, Judge, what do you think about this statement by Trump about can I bring up Gaza?
Yeah,
Go
we talked
ahead.
about
Oh,
it
you
earlier, but
did?
go ahead.
I missed it. My bad.
But go ahead.
No, this posturing about that we're gonna own Gaza. Is that like, I kind of saw that as, I know he had plans previously. He was talking about building out Gaza. It's nice, it's oceanfront property and this and that. It would be nice to build it up. It could be such a nice area. He said it in the past, so like it doesn't surprise me that he said this, but like it could be posturing, you know, possibly to get people back to the table for the Abraham Accords, to get that back and going and get some peace and stability in the region, wipe out these Hamas, of course, and let the people live there in peace. I don't know what the plan is here, but there's several possibilities that people have been bouncing around. There is oil off the shore, so that could kind of fund the rebuilding of what's currently flattened, and could be residual. Like I know in Dubai, the citizens there, right? You can't become a citizen if you're born in Dubai. You got to be of the lineage there, and you get annually you get money that the people there that are citizens are get paid and they're rich. But I was thinking, in regards to the people that are there, as far as humanitarian, I know Trump is very humanitarian for the non-terrorist people, of course, uh, and that could be just like kind of a flex move as well. I don't know. What do you make of it?
Okay, well, let's put it this way. In the late 70s, President Jimmy Carter encouraged and got a peace treaty between Israel and Egypt signed by Menachem Begin on behalf of Israel and Anwar Sadat by Egypt. Okay, Alaska was purchased from the Russians. You had the Louisiana Purchase from the French. You had the Spanish territories, which consisted of California, Arizona, New Mexico, and Texas, were acquired by right of combat from Mexico. You had Puerto Rico acquired from Spain as a result of military action. You would have had the Panama Canal set up, and had the United States had the foresight way, way back at the beginning of the 19th century, at the end of the War of 1812 against England, it had simply marched a couple of its military units into Canada. Canada would be part of the United States now. So it's nothing new, and we have acquired a lot of our territory. You've got Hawaii, which is what, 2,000 miles off of the West Coast. How do we get that? We've got a protectorate, American Samoa, and we've got a setup where we assume control of Tahiti at one time. We gave that back to Tahitians and to French control after World War II. So it's not that we have failed to acquire territories around the world. Hell, we've got military and naval bases and Air Force bases in Great Britain.
The Philippines as
And,
well.
and
We have a pretty good presence there.
yeah, so you've got all of these effective occupations of various foreign countries instead of including the one we originated from, Great Britain, by the United States military. So it's nothing unusual. And at one point, there is this thing because during World War II, Greenland and Iceland were controlled by the United States because the Nazis did what they did and we assumed control so the Nazis wouldn't take over. So it's nothing that is not precedented. Panama Canal, we had 99 year lease of that. After late 19th century, we sent in the Marines to take control of the Isthmus of Panama. And then once we got a handle on malaria and yellow fever, we built that canal.
So Judge,
So
with this proclamation, I would think it's in the interests of both the peaceful Gazan people and the peaceful Israeli people. It would be beneficial for both. I hear people getting upset. Oh, they're gonna flush the Gazan people out, this and that. Like, I don't think that's the case. I think it's gonna be beneficial for both, and stability for the region. And I would think, Saudi Arabia, Jordan would be involved in, cleaning some of this mess up and helping restructure it and build it. And, they could partner up with Israel as well. Because, Jordan and Saudi Arabia have had a relationship with Israel for a long time as far as
they
trade.
have.
So I think it could be a
Well,
where
here's the question I have though, because what do the Palestinians think? I'm hearing that it's pro their Palestinians are protesting after Trump announced that. So what do the because it's what are the Palestinians? They're the ones that's bombed bombed out, displaced, pushed out. What do they think?
I would.
They may be sacrificial lambs, in which case nobody cares except to give lip
No, but
service
no,
to
no,
it.
no. It's it. but if the same way Adam asked you, well, what do you think about this? Whatever. Everybody has a voice. Everybody should be able to state how they feel or what they think about something. So no, they do matter, and we all should care, because these are the people that lost their children, mothers, father, whoever. So a lot of, and I do want to point out what the end, he was up here early, because I get what he was saying as far as babies being killed, innocent kids. It's so many. We don't even know the true number of so many innocent people just killed, blown up, shot at, to where, yeah, Israel, with all they high technology when it comes to their military and how they, the Mossad and all this stuff, you could have fished out Hamas with less casualties. They intentionally went in to destroy that Gaza Strip. And they didn't care that children, women, or just innocent people were going to die. That was their purpose. So when I say, what do the Palestinians think about it? I will prefer, but they're not here. I'm just saying, I'm speaking in general. I will prefer to hear from them than a regular American opinion on that, because it's their people that are being displaced who were there before the Zionists got there. So they do matter.
Well, how about this consideration? They don't have nukes. Israel does. And Israel says if we lose, we're going to nuke everybody we can. That's Masada, that fortress that got overwhelmed by the Roman legions, and the Jews in there died to the last man, woman, and child. So we have one fact in world politics that is not often said, but it's the truth. Everybody on the planet Earth is held hostage by the United States by the Polaris class ballistic missile submarines hiding under the Arctic ice cap. And if that ever melts, we will lose our blackmail authority, because right now they are effectively immune with the escorts and protective screens formed by our nuclear attack submarines, which are in the secondary capacity of the Virginia class and the three Seawolf class, which are the supreme attack submarines on the planet, but we only built three of them and went to the lesser capability of the Virginia class as an economy measure. So we hold the whole world hostage to potential incineration, man, woman, and child, blast everything back past the Stone Age so the roaches can evolve and take over. And that's the way it works. It's always been that way. The Roman legions conquered the known world. You had Attila the Hun.
I
You had
understand that as far as history. I understand that. But what I'm saying is, when you have the United States president saying, yeah, we're going to take control over that strip. It's not going to be Israel, but
yeah,
Israel is
that's
attached to
hyperbole.
us. Let me say this. And what he also is saying is that we're going to make it, basically, pardon my French, we're going to make it the Riviera of Gaza, right?
Good
So with
question.
all that, the thing is, you're going to make it beautiful for people to come and visit or even to live, but those people who were just bombed out of their home, those people are not going to be allowed to come back there.
Sounds familiar, doesn't it?
It doesn't matter. What I'm saying
Where does it
is,
sound familiar?
California,
How about the Native
Hawaii.
American?
yeah,
I'm shocked
California.
y'all.
No, well,
You
we
might
don't gotta
have
go. We
ancestors
don't
that
have to
were
go.
on the
Wait,
Trail of
Judge, wait
Tears.
1 second. 1 second. We don't even gotta go back into time. And you're right, Adam. Look at California. Look at Hawaii. Look at, when we talk about Flint, Michigan in the water. Look at East Palestine, Ohio. We don't gotta go back into time. Let's talk about what's
And
going on today on
why
American
is
soil.
everybody
So
adverse to going back in time?
when people are burnt out, bombed out, or whatever, and you come in and you make it beautiful again, but those same people who were living there prior, they won't be invited to come back. It's not for them to come back to.
Well,
So if
let me
I'm a
put this.
native somewhere, this is to take California. If I'm a native in Altadena and everything that I ever known my whole life is just burnt to pieces, but the probability of me rebuilding my home again where I lived at is slim, probably 5% chance. But they are going to rebuild, but I won't be able to live there.
Well, look, what's happened fires isn't as bad as what happened during the Watts riots in August 1965. I was there. The damage was worse. Now,
No, it
why
was
is
not.
it? Yes, it
Because
was.
people's homes were
Yes, it
being,
was.
people's
I was
homes right
there. I
now are
was an
burnt.
eyewitness.
So
I
it's
was
not
out of
like a
high school
store
in
on a
college. All right.
business district. It wasn't, homes were not
It
burning during
wasn't
the
just a
Watts
business
riot.
look, Dana, it wasn't just a business district like
So
this
wait, my question is,
BLM
if you wait 1 second,
George
Judge,
Floyd
wait,
nonsense.
because I need to understand this, because you're doing a compare. Are you mean to tell me during the Watts riot, the same amount of buildings and homes were burnt compared to
More,
the same amount that was burnt
more,
recently in the
more,
wildfires? No, it's
more.
not. That's
Yeah,
false.
it was a bigger
That is
area and
false.
more damage. I stood
That
in
is
the middle of
false.
Los Angeles on a slight rise, and I looked 360 degrees, and the entire horizon
That
was in
that is
flames. You couldn't
false.
see the sun for the smoke,
The
and it
wildfires right
burnt
now in
everything
California,
down.
they
I
say
was
is the
driving
worst
through
they're
it.
seen in
Watch
history.
what?
The wildfires, they say, is the worst in
It may
history in
be, but it
California.
wasn't. Look, why do you think we have all this legislation? It's people got very frightened that what was happening in the cities was on the same scale as what the Army Air Force and the Royal Air Force were doing to Nazi Germany, and the Royal Air Force dropped out, but the Army Air Force did to Japan. Same thing. That's what it's about. But let's
What's
get
the
back.
same thing?
In
What's
other
the same thing?
words, the same level of destruction was occurring. Now, let's get back to the other point here.
Yeah, so okay, getting back to Gaza, the destruction that occurred when they rebuild, what I'm saying is the Palestinians that were living there, they're not going to be allowed to come back. That's what I'm saying.
Look, let me. Reason we study history is because if we don't, we repeat its mistakes. And history has not seen the evolution of mankind to a different species since our history has been kept. If you go back 6,000 years, 4,000 BC in ancient Egypt, in the Chinese area, and in Mesopotamia, you will find the same things going on from when humans invented civilization all the way up to the present. They've been doing the same thing over and over and over, only worse. In my lifetime, the lifetime of friends of mine, you've had Middle East one, well, Middle East two, Middle East one. You've had Vietnam, Korea, and World War II. All right, you just lost the last of a generation that went through World War One and World War II in Korea and the Nam. So if you look at our country's history, you've got all of the above, then you've got the Spanish American War, the frontier situation, the taming of the West. You have the Civil War, which, by the way, suffered more casualties than all the rest of the wars the U.S. has been in combined. You've got the War of 1812, the Mexican American War in the 1840s, the Revolution, which was the first modern revolution we invented, asymmetrical warfare, and we beat one of the mightiest armies in the world, the English army. So, just in the 236 years or 240 plus, if you start from the revolution, the United States itself has been in
So my
one,
question
two,
is,
three,
and this is
four,
this is not a
five,
question for
six,
you,
seven,
Judge.
eight,
This is a
nine,
general
10.
question. My question here is, and this is a general question, when he sat up there and he said, and I don't need you to answer this, Judge. This is just me talking. When he sat up there, because I need to go to deep, when he sat up there and said we're going to make it the Riviera of Gaza or whatever, right? Gaza Laga or whatever. When he said that, why is it that you can't say we're going to rebuild so that the Palestinians could come back? He didn't. None of that. It was none of that. What he said, United States is going to take it over, and we're going to rebuild it, and we're going to make it beautiful. It's going to be the Riviera of the Middle East. That's what he said.
At the
Nothing about we're going to make it. We're going to rebuild it. We're going to make it the Riviera of the Middle East, and they could come back home. Blah 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 blah. It was none of that. So if you're, which tells me, yes, they have to leave because it's nothing for them to go back to, which Trump did say, but it's nothing for them to go back to now. But when you rebuild, will they be allowed to come back? And I have a feeling that they will not. But with
Oh, they
that, I
will.
just,
They will. You're not going to displace them. It would get our
they're
European
already
allies upset
displaced.
because they would try to get into the Euro Union, which they
All
don't
right,
want.
I
That's
want to go to D.
hyperbole. That's just talk. And
I want to go to,
plus, let me just give you this one factoid. For that to occur, it would have to be ratified by the United States Senate. Do you think the United
for what
States
to
Senate
occur,
would ratify that?
for what to occur.
In other words, for what Trump's talking about to occur, it would have to be a treaty to take that over. So, what would happen is the treaty has to be ratified by the U.S. Senate, and that's not going to happen.
A treaty to take over the Gaza Strip.
Yeah, can't otherwise. He just can't declare this. You have to have a treaty situation with the people who live there or the conquering army, which in this case would be Israel. You'd have to have a treaty to make that agreement.
And you
And
don't
that
think
treaty
Israel's
is
going to make
not
Judge,
that
going to
agreement?
I think we're going to see it with APAC. APAC has almost every senator, I
Exactly.
think, in their
Yeah,
pocket.
well,
I think
it's
we are
not
going to
going
see
to
it.
be enough
Right.
because right now the Republicans have six more senators than the Democrats, and I can't see every Republican senator voting
You know why they're going to vote yes?
annex
Because
I
APAC is
can't
going to
see
throw
them
them
voting.
millions of dollars to their
Hold on, I
campaign.
don't care. I don't
But
care.
that's why they're going to vote
I
yes.
don't care.
You
The
don't
bottom
care. That's
line
fine.
is you've
But
got
I'm
look.
telling you that is a
Hold on.
possibility.
You're talking about millions of dollars. You
Yeah.
have Elon Musk worth
Elon Musk
$460
is not
billion.
giving Elon Musk cannot
It
give
ain't
these
gonna happen.
politicians all that money.
It ain't going to happen. And the bottom
Okay,
line is the
but that's
United
your
States.
opinion. That is
I
your
know, but the
opinion.
opinion is
It
worth
is
something, and
not a
it is
fact
not
yet
going to
because
happen. Don't
nothing
waste
hasn't
your time.
happened.
Don't waste your time worried about that
I'm
one.
not wasting
The
any time. This is
United
a
States is
discussion.
not going
This
to
is a
annex
discussion that
Gaza.
will happen. Nobody knows what's going to happen. He
You're
got up
not
there. He
going
said
to
what he
annex
said. We
anything.
don't know if it's going to
You're
happen.
not
I'm
going
going
to
to let
annex
me just say this,
anything.
Judge, and
We're
I want to
not
get
going to
deep.
do that.
What
That's
I'm on the fence
8,000
of that it
miles
is.
away, 9,000 miles away.
I'm on the
And the
fence that it's
problem
going to
is,
happen.
it's a war zone in perpetuity. You're not going to do anything with that about annexing it. The U.S. annexed parts of Cuba, it gave it back. It annexed Puerto Rico and the American Virgin Islands after the Spanish American War. It acquired bases in the Philippines, but it's not going to do that. No
I
how,
think it
no
is.
way.
All right, fine. Adam, you had your hand up. Just finish up, Adam. Then I have to go to deep, and then I'm bringing up Richard. Go ahead,
I
Adam.
wanted you were asking the size, and the judge was referencing the size of Gaza. It's about the size of Philadelphia, Detroit, or the country of Grenada, about 141 square miles. And Dana, I understand. These people that have lived there in that area were they were sanctioned, weren't able to trade, had trouble, and then they were under oppression, and then on top of that, you have oppression of terrorist factions within that area as well. And this is a small, like we said, it's the size of Detroit or Philadelphia. So it's a tough situation. The way that the Psychus Pico was drawn up, honestly, I think the guy was cross-eyed cartographer, in my opinion. Like, how do you put a country with a country in between it, separating two sides of it? Doesn't work out. So you have your West Bank and you have Gaza, that's like about 141 square miles. I personally, if it was a regardless, I want to see a peaceful outcome for these people. And generally, I don't care about Hamas, wipe them out, they're terrorists, and that's the bottom line there. But as far as the Palestinian people, there was the Philistines, which are different people. The people that were in, and I'm quarter. My grandmother on my father's side is, she was born in Latakia, Syria, but her family goes back to Palestine, British mandate Palestine, right? So Palestine was not a thing, actually. It was just British mandated. The people that are of that area, that are Arab descent, they are from like different regions that moved there during the Ottoman Empire. Before that, it was Judea. And, it's really just like being on point with historical facts and understanding it. So the problem is the other Arab countries like Syria, Jordan, kind of looked at these. I'll say it in French, but bastards of the Arabs. Essentially, nobody wanted to take them. And when Syria did take them in, my mother told me like stories of driving through by where the Palestinian people were, that were refugees were, and they lived in these tin houses. Assad regime used to attack them, like different things like that. So they are very bastardized in many instances, but hopefully some sort of peaceful solution comes out of this statement by Trump, that it has people talking in solutions, and it puts a pause to that kind of Trump putting his foot down, that Israel stops bombing them at this point. You know, I personally support that. Yeah, you get attacked, you have the right to defend yourself, and I also am of the mindset that throughout history there has been conquerors and people that were conquered. You were either conquering or you were getting conquered, and at this point, Israel is there, and it has its right to be there at this point in history, in my opinion. And I think that if we could find peaceful solutions for people to live and prosper, regardless of what they are, because you have Middle Eastern people and the IDF, for instance. So I don't want to drag on too long, but my hope is that this leads back to peace for everybody. Whether you're Jewish, Muslim, Christian in that region, claim to be Palestinian, whatever it is. I hope for a peaceful solution and outcome. And I think with the oil off that shore that everyone's been eyeing off the shore of Gaza, I would think that there would be some sort of compensation for the normal people, the non-terrorist people that live in Gaza, to compensate them, maybe some sort of reparations, in that regard. So I'll yield with that.
Well, who gonna pay them
Okay,
reparations?
okay, okay.
America
No, it would be
or
out of the
Israel?
oil, profits from the oil, kind of like Dubai citizens get, every year they get a big paycheck.
Well, who would be paying the
Well,
reparations
we
to
would
the
maybe
Palestinians?
we'd be setting up shop there with
Who? United
well,
States?
who else helped Saudi Arabia set up their
Well,
oil?
I know
That was
that
the
now that I'm
U.S.
against, because if we gonna give them reparations, black people need to get
Oh yeah.
reparations first.
Well, maybe
We ain't
Oh,
giving
we'll
nobody no
grab
They're
some
not.
reparations
reparations.
off that oil.
Prime,
If yeah, so we ain't giving nobody no reparations outside the United States until black people in America
black
It's
get
not coming
people.
reparations
from the
first.
U.S.
I
It'll
So,
be
would
from the
love
oil of the Gaza
reparations.
land
I would
themselves.
love reparations, but
well,
we're not
who
getting it
controls
anytime
that?
soon.
They're not going to give them
Adam, who
reparations.
controls
Garrett,
that oil?
Dana,
Then,
they're not
You
going to
got to
give it
have
to
a
them. Guaranteed.
nationality to get reparations. Peace.
Well,
So,
let me
all
let
right,
me let me
you know
put
what?
look,
I'm
put it
sorry,
in a
guys.
different word.
I'm
Not
sorry.
let me
Wait,
just
Judge,
say
one second,
briefly.
one second.
Look,
Wait, one
let
second,
me
one
say
second,
this
one second, one
briefly.
second. We
First
have to go
off,
to deep.
first
Deep been
off,
waiting a long
first
time.
off, as the speaker just got through saying, Gaza is not a large area. It's not even qualified as a large city in the United States. Now, second thing, you have a situation where if you do that, then those people become citizens of the United States, because you are a natural born citizen if you were born in a state, territory, protectorate, or zone of the United States. So they
All
would
right.
become citizens. They could vote in the presidential election, and they would be entitled to representatives on the electoral college. So you
Judge,
All
have
right.
to
one question.
understand
I
that.
need to go. I need to I need to
Now,
go to deep and then
this
Richard.
is a
Let's
negotiation
go to
point.
deep. He's been waiting. Come
Not
on,
really.
Judge. You gotta let the speakers talk. Let's go to deep and then Richard. Go ahead, deep.
Yeah, thank you for getting to me. No, I was just listening in. Very interesting conversation happening there. A lot to absorb. I do just want to get straight to the topic of the space because I don't think you got a lot of time left. Is Trump a thug? Absolutely not. I do think he is a patriot that is looking after the best interests of the American people. And, look, I just think he's just being very blunt, honest, and direct about what it takes to advance our interests around the world so we can live for all Americans, including minorities. I'm a minority myself, right? I'll tell you that I don't really kind of view America in the lens of minorities. I just view it as one American people. But we're all people here, and we have interests in the world that are required for us to maintain the quality of life and standard of living that we do. And I think that's how the greatest nation on the world was formed. And so I think a lot of this conversation was around the Middle East in the last hour or so. Um, I'm just going to be very honest with you regarding kind of the Israelis and kind of our relationship with them. The Middle East is rich in oil. It's rich in mineral resources, and those resources are required for us to live the type of lifestyle we do. And I think a lot of Americans enjoy the carbon heavy lifestyle we live. Even on the Democrat side, I'm sure they enjoy driving the big cars that they do and living in suburban homes. So we got to protect our interests. And for many years, you could argue the Israelis serve as a giant military base for American interests in that region. And Trump is just, I guess, just very honest and direct about his intentions. The Democrats pretty much do the exact same thing, except, there's more of the kind of, you could say, sympathy card, the Atlanticist card of let's kind of be sympathetic to everybody, but still continue to do the exact same things we're doing to expand and build the American empire. So, it's an interesting time in world history. I do think, personally speaking, uh, I don't think that Egypt or Jordan, these countries that border the kind of Gaza Strip and of course Israel and I guess the so-called state of Palestine, right? There's no official state, but the state of Palestine that people, I guess, want to reach a deal with. But neither Jordan or Egypt, despite being, of course, major non-NATO allies of the United States, want to accept the Palestinians into their territories because they don't want to upset the Islamic world, which they would like to be, I guess, one of the leaders of. So it's a complicated situation. And then, of course, we can also talk about China and Russia, and I guess the global South's view on the conflict. But overall, if America does not maintain its interests in the Middle East, the Chinese move in. And then the grander kind of picture that you got to ask yourself if you're an American, which I'm sure we got quite a few patriots here. Do you want to live in a world run by China? And I'd say the overwhelming majority of the populace, regardless of your political affiliation, is no. So, very complicated things, right? The great game of kind of superpowers or hyperpower, which is the United States, is always evolving. So happy to listen in, taking questions, comments, whatever. Thanks.
I'll remark several briefly. First off, if we took over Gaza and somebody attacked it, that would be an act of war against the United States. We went to war in World War II when Japan attacked a U.S. naval base in Hawaii, which was not a state at the time. So it would have the exact same status if we took over Gaza that Hawaii had prior to World War II. I don't think we want to risk that. So I think that whole thing is out of the picture. The other thing about the thug, I remarked earlier, sir, before you got on, that perhaps there was little subconscious reflection from the person that called Trump a thug, because about 15 years ago, all over America, the popular thing for black women was to date a thug. And that was a topic of discussion. How many of you take care of a thug? How many of you got a thug in home? And you'd go all over the country and you'd hear that. So maybe somebody was unconsciously associating Trump with that kind of status, and the black woman that spoke it didn't realize where it was coming from because it was subconscious. That's another meaning. But anyhow, it is
Judge,
what it is.
Judge, is it possible though that they want to invite the reaction so that they can say we have to go to war to support this area because it
I
is
think
ours?
that is one of the things that Trump is alluding to, because if we took over Gaza, small as it is, it would be an American outpost. And if somebody attacked it, it would be, look, do you want us to attack you? We're not going to get caught up in another asymmetric war. We're just going to send in the U.S. Air Force and the Navy and maybe a few Marine F-35s and a few B-1s and B-2s and a B-52 orbiting off the coast might cause people to back off, because all of those children that Dana and somebody are upset about would get wiped out.
Or
Now,
why not test our new? Why not test our new weapon?
Um,
Right, our new drone weapons that could fly right into the middle of their forehead with facial recognition AI.
yeah, we do that, but we don't really need that. That's a little bit too excessive, too expensive, and too revealing of technology, because there are always misfires or devices that malfunction, and we don't want to turn the technology over to
All
the
right, I gotta go to Richard.
Chinese.
Richard's been waiting.
Go ahead,
Go
Richard.
Hi
ahead,
guys,
Richard.
my name is Richard. I'm new to the meeting, and I just wanted to say that I think it's really important that we emphasize that Golda Meir in 1979 gave Sinai back to Egypt under a peace agreement. I do not think Trump is a thug. I think it's important that we and I think it's important that we acknowledge the role that USAD has played in promoting UNRWA and Palestine, or Palestinian terrorists, in my opinion. I don't know how to think, but that's what I think. So I think it's important that we acknowledge that she gave back Sinai to get a peace deal. So we've been through this before, and no peace deal was given, and Palestine, or Sinai, as I believe, is currently, as we speak today, a hotbed for terrorism. I think it's important that we acknowledge that, and I think Trump is saying that we need to neutralize Gaza for a reason. I myself believe. I mean, I went to school with somebody who was from Palestine. She came over here into this country, and she did not treat other people well, in my opinion. And so I think it's important that we teach all people to love each other, but at the same time, I think it's important that we recognize the limits in which Israel and Palestine are in. And the fact is you cannot negotiate with people who want to erase you from this earth. And I don't think that's a I feel like that's common sense. I don't know. I just feel like it's important to recognize not only the 1990s, 1979 peace agreements, but I think it's important to recognize the 1967 Yom Kippur War. And that was specifically one of the reasons why we did not. I think it's important that we recognize the limitations within current peace agreements, and I think that it's important that we acknowledge the part that all parties have played in this issue.
I think you're right on that. I would point this out. Three of the four most powerful nations on the planet, China, Russia, and India, want a two-state solution. The U.S. is going along with Israel for a one-state solution, and that's just not working. I still think that Trump's suggestion of annexing Gaza is simply a negotiating tool.
Judge, wouldn't you say the problem is that they have it's never been a two-state solution, it's been a three-state solution? Is the issue?
Possibly that
How can
might
you
work
govern a
too.
land from with a country in between it? You know.
Yeah, well, yeah, that too. That's sort of similar to Germany, leading up to World War One and before in the 1870s, late 1870s, it unified. Same situation. That's what set up World War One too. Is these corridors that were set up that's unrealistic.
If you could take Gaza and incorporate that into the West Bank, and let's say Israel gave up some northern land or something along that line, and took up Gaza, the contention is the oil that's off the coast, and that's why the Arab countries in the region want to keep those people in there and never give them citizenship when they come into their country, like people from that were refugees in Syria never got Syrian citizenship. They didn't want to give it to them because they wanted to have that claim to the oil that's off the shore that they all know of. So if there was like some sort of that they could incorporate it to the West Bank and move people there, and then the people that got moved relocated would get some sort of payoff or something along that line. That's the only way I could see a two-state solution actually working, because you're going to have this contention otherwise.
Well,
Judge,
yeah,
also to
it's
piggyback off that. Okay, I'm sorry.
go ahead.
I was going to ask it also to piggyback off that, to solve the issue that you said earlier about the people being born there being U.S. citizens. Do we see Trump and the Supreme Court reimagine birthright citizenship and set new precedent, throwing out the old precedent of being born on U.S. soil, because they'll look at the clause of being subject to the jurisdiction thereof?
Well, yeah, that's not going to happen. See, Trump can't do that. That's a constitutional amendment that establishes it, the 14th Amendment, and 180 some years of Supreme Court decisions for precedent predating the Civil War. So you're not going to change that. And it's also written into the Constitution in two places: one, generally how citizenship is established, and two, the particular brand of citizenship that enables a person to be qualified to run for president. So it's a constitutional matter, and without an amendment to change that, I don't think anything is going to happen legislatively by fiat of court or anything else, or by the executive branch. So it's constrained by the Constitution. Now,
There's no
All
test
right, one
case.
second.
There's
Is
no.
there a
Wait, one
way to
second.
make it like a territory like
Wait,
Puerto
one second.
Rico?
One
oh
second.
yeah, you
One
can make
second.
it a territory. There's no problem
All right,
with
one.
that.
I need to say something. I just brought Joe up. Joe, who are you?
Oh, hi. I just wanted to ask Judge Joe Brown just one question. It was just about APAC.
Well, why you don't have no followers and you don't have no posts on your profile?
I
It looks
just
like it's like
I don't
a cryptic
I don't
profile or something.
no I don't use social media, but I do use X for just my news. If you look at my followers, it's mostly like Congress Massey, Candace Owens, like Joe Rogan, stuff like that.
Yeah, because you don't post, you don't retweet nothing,
Yeah,
so
no,
I'm thinking you
I
a
just use it for
troll.
the news, you know.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
So I just wanted to ask Judge Joe Brown. I was listening to not Candace. Congressman Massey's interview on Tucker Carlson, and he was talking about APAC and how a majority of senators and congressmen, regardless if they're Democrat or Republican, are taking money from APAC. And he was talking a lot about how APAC and specifically Netanyahu have been behind a lot of the wars that we see, like Lebanon and Libya um, and Yemen. So I was just wondering, like you obviously being in the government, have you seen a lot of APAC's influence, or is that just another part, like another thing, like the military-industrial complex, and like
Yeah,
the
military industrial
of
complex.
it?
Too many elected officials like to supplement their incomes and look at their elected offices as a way to get personally rich, when the scheme was set up because they assumed that you were already independently wealthy. That's why you were in Congress, in either the House or the Senate, or you were running for president. You didn't get it because you needed the salary. You got it because you could afford to be that. but some people today look at it as a money making proposition, which is not the best situation. So, yeah, I kind of look at it like it's rhetoric. It's like the military industrial complex. Yeah, it kind of exists. It's nebulous, but, you know,
Judge,
overrated.
Judge, is there any? There's no way to get for anybody to have standing to get that case to the Supreme Court to then reestablish or to overturn the 180-year precedent. How would somebody get that to the Supreme Court?
Well,
What would they be able to argue?
you're talking about the citizenship thing and that and all the rest of it. That's not even the Supreme Court. That's Constitution. You have
Yeah,
to.
but the interpretation is done by the Supreme Court that
Yeah,
allowed for
but
that to happen. No,
it's not a matter of interpretation. It's some pretty specific guidelines as to what. And you can't undo the Constitution. The Supreme Court can only rule on whether or not something is constitutional or complies with the Constitution or
but
does not.
what about subject to the jurisdiction thereof? What does that mean?
Well, what that means is it's got to do with the provisions with Native Americans, Indians. In other words, are they subject to the jurisdiction? When you put subject to the jurisdiction, you're defining what it means to be born on American soil, because if you live in Canada, unless you're in the continental United States, you're not subject to our jurisdiction. That's shorthand. In other words,
How would that affect if we were to annex Gaza? Would they also
yeah,
become
if you
like Puerto
annex
Ricans?
Gaza, it becomes a territory protectorate zone, and anything that is one of those is considered American soil. An embassy in London is considered American soil. An embassy in Moscow is considered American soil. So they have usages. Article 1, Section 8 of the Constitution says that the government shall enforce the law of nations, and things like that have been the law of nations for several thousand years. An embassy has always been held to be the soil of the foreign entity that has the embassy.
But Judge, how do you think the founders would look upon like a Mexican woman running across the border when she's about to give birth, just so that baby can get U.S. citizenship? Do
That
you think
was
that that's what they imagined?
that was not the law at the time. The law was set up post Civil War to undo the Dred Scott decision, which was still good precedent in American law. Dred Scott was a runaway slave, and Chief Justice Taney wrote one of the worst decisions in American Supreme Court history, but it was still good law after the Civil War. He said Negroes and former slaves cannot be citizens. So that provision in the 14th Amendment that has been interpreted as natural born citizens was to clarify things and modify the Constitution, so that decision no longer had any effect. In other words, you were born here, these slaves were all born here, they're citizens. Now,
What about
not,
acquired territories?
that's not to say that there are not some abominations that come out of it, like the 15th Amendment has been applied to legitimate not the activities of former slaves, but in the 1870s, that amendment was extended by just its language to cover fictional persons. No person shall suffer any deprivation of rights, etc., etc. And that was extended to the fictional person known as a corporation. So the Supreme Court just a decade and a half ago, reiterated that and said you can't deprive a corporation of its political rights. It has the
Citizens United, right?
any other person. Now, I'm waiting for somebody to say the inchoate corporation ought to be able to register and vote and cast one vote for an official through its chairman or CEO or president. I'm waiting for
Mm-hmm.
that to happen. Nobody's tried that yet, but I don't see why it
Um,
can't.
Let me interject. So I brought up Eddie and Wham, and there could be they're the last two people I'm gonna bring up because I want to start closing out. So go ahead, Eddie, and then Wham could go, and then I'll just have the open panel who's up here, and then we'll close out. Go ahead, Eddie.
Thank you for bringing me on, Dana. First of all, I just want to say rest in peace to Dr. Neely Fuller Jr. He just passed away today. Also, I want to touch up on this.
Wait, I thought he passed on the
On the
first.
first, okay, I'm sorry. Yes, I did see. Well, I'm just finding out, today. My
Yeah,
apologies.
well, everyone found out today. Yeah.
Yeah. So rest in peace, Neely Fuller. Also, I want to touch up on this USA deal. I'm coming in this I'm coming in this space late, and I see it was like 2.5 million for DEI programs in Siberia, 75,000 for Irish DEI musical, 47,000 for transgenders opera in Colombia, and 32,000 for trans comic books in Peru. Judge, I just want your take on that.
They're trying to set up LGBTQIA as a new faith, as the official faith of the country. That's separate from homosexuality, but it deals with an outlook, a philosophical outlook. And you can't use any of the traditional religions. You can't require that they be taught in school. You can't put up a cross, crescent, six-pointed Jewish star, six-armed Shiva, or an image of Buddha anywhere in any government building or school, but you can put rainbows all over the place. And that's not saying anything against homosexuality. Get your freak on in your bedroom and enjoy yourself. But you take cannot take a philosophy and try to make it the official one of the government. You can't have Easter eggs on the White House lawn with religious symbols, but you can put the rainbow on the front of the White House with lights at night and celebrate that. So it's like you cannot do anything to thwart the practice of somebody's faith, but you can't impose it on anybody. So they're trying to impose it. It's bad. And read Animal Farm, you'll get a good rendition of it
What
by
more?
Orwell.
Is this a faith thing? Like, I have to ask that because I'm gay myself, and I felt the same way. I feel like this has been a ploy to push through unconstitutional measures in which they could never win at the ballot, to say things like, "Oh, you must vote for us." I feel like the LGBTQ movement thrives off of straight people's guilt, really.
Yeah, well, all of the above. They built this thing up in the country's subconscious with black people over 160 years, and now it's being taken advantage of to apply this guilt trip sense that's almost innate in the public mind and consciousness now. A lot of people have been socialized and acculturated to it and turn it to other purposes. So that's where they're going with it. And, I wish gay people all the luck in the world of doing gay. Like I say, get your freak on in your bedroom. But that's like all Christians didn't support Jim Jones, nor can you teach Christianity in a school. And all Muslims do not support Al Qaeda or ISIS, and you can't teach that in the school either. I mean, at least not force the students to go through it. So anytime you get that, I don't think you should be allowed to teach Black Lives Matter since it's been turned into a cannibalistic hustle either. I don't think you should be allowed to do that. And frankly, it appalls me that you have only the second mention of somebody official in U.S. government parlance is not Dr. Martin Luther King, but George Floyd, a junkie thug who got done in.
He was
That a
also a
lot of
porn star.
people I talked to in Minneapolis, St. Paul, that actually lived in the area said good riddance to.
That's the biggest joke of the whole movement. It's a clown show.
Well,
Exactly.
exactly, and that's the problem. I feel like there's multiple examples of that. I think across all states, if you will. And I feel like that's the excuse to push through this radical agenda. And I feel like a lot of people are willing to go along with it for exactly what you said. Like, oh, maybe it's okay. Like, I don't think they know what they're getting themselves into. And then I mean, myself, I love to study Venezuela. I've studied it a lot. I think the fall of Venezuela since 1998, since Hugo Chavez got in. And I feel like a lot of that's occurring here. And when I say that, I get shut down. People tell me to shut up. And I just feel like that is the issue. Like, you have to talk about it.
Yeah,
But
and
see,
that was a
One
you just
second. I want
illustrated a primary point about this new cult. You have a right to speak your mind under the First Amendment, but they want to shut you down because it does not match their agenda. See, that's not
Exactly. And
social.
I feel like if you don't capitulate, like, you'll either get a bad grade, you either like it's like they punish you if you don't capitulate.
to.
you just have
I
to
so I
Eddie.
want to.
Eddie, you just have to
I want to
record them.
get to
So
Wim because Wim has been waiting. But before you start speaking, Wim, I want to ask the judge a quick question. Have I ever told you to sit in a corner?
No,
If I say to you, go sit in a corner until I call on you to speak, would you do it?
no, unless I agree with your assessment. This is a
So,
meeting. See, you
nobody
have to
puts Judge Joe
understand
Brown in a corner.
See,
right.
let me
So, no,
explain
no.
something very quickly. See, sometimes I overdo it. For 35 years, when I walked in a room on the job, everybody stood up until I gave them permission to sit down. If I stood up, everybody else stood up until I told them they could sit down. Nobody dared to open their mouth until I gave them permission. See, sometimes those habits are hard to turn off. It's the aura of authority. And sometimes I might get overbearing, and sometimes you bring it to my attention and I'll listen. Sometimes you did wrong and I just have to get you corrected, but it's back and forth.
We're not in a
Well,
courtroom, Judge.
That's what I said.
I don't
But
think
there
that
is
ever
a way.
leaves.
Look, this is where it comes in. Not so much from the courtroom, so much but running an orderly proceeding so people get a chance to be heard rather than everybody talking over everybody.
Yeah. So the reason why I brought it up because, and I'm gonna call this person a mammy. I got a message, and I see you requesting to come up. I'm about to bring you up in a minute, but I don't. First of all, I don't like when people send me essays. Second of all, anytime you start off with due respect, I already automatically know you full of shit. And third, nobody tells me how to regulate when I'm producing, whether it's on X Space or YouTube. You're not going to tell me how to run the show. Now, this is the judge's space, but I know how to move it along so that everybody could be heard and definitely the judge, and we're on a time restraint. So I asked you that question in response to where I'm about to rebuttal a message that somebody sent me, but it's not just to that person, it's for a whole bunch of other people that sometimes echo the same sentiments, but I really don't give a shit about your sentiments. But go ahead, Wham. Go ahead, Wham. That was just a little sidebar, but go ahead, Wham.
All right. Well, it's absolutely a pleasure to speak to both Dana and the judge again. Finally, I got the opportunity, the time, the window appeared to me, and I took it. But speaking of being put into a corner, something I've been marinating in the entire day. The corner I've been marinating in is Trump getting put into a corner by that Miriam Adelson money, and the complete capitulation to Netanyahu he just did today. That's just politics. I know, money talks in politics. But I have a question for the judge and a question for both Dana and the judge. But the question for the judge is, other than protest, what are some other ways in your own wisdom that citizens who oppose this capitulation to Netanyahu over Gaza can combat it? And a question for both Dana and the judge: Would either of you consider endorsing me for Arizona governor this election cycle? Thank you.
Okay.
Well, are you a Republican? Because I'm a registered Republican.
Well, I'm a green, but I got a lot of Republican supporters who don't like Karen Taylor Robson, Trump's endorsed candidate. That was the candidate that Carrie Lake beat the last time because she's such a neocon.
Well, that's why we vote on our elected officials who put these things in place. That's how you control it.
Okay.
No,
Our country
but I
was
mean,
set
like
up.
when it comes to an
Our
incumbent,
country
that
was
is what I
set up.
mean.
Let me explain this very quickly. Our country was set up in an environment that effectively was a northern temperate jungle, forested, trees, rivers, wilderness, miles and miles of more miles where there's nobody around. So you couldn't possibly run this in a democratic fashion. You had to select people that you weren't likely to hear from weeks or months at a time. So you had to entrust them with the government. That's how it got set up. And that bespeaks a certain trust for the people that represent you, which, if betrayed or shown to be misplaced, you simply did not return them to office. Now, that's the way it works, but we have gotten away from trusting anybody, and we don't even trust ourselves because a lot of the laws that we come up with that are restrictive are basically also self-constraining. We are afraid to see what we do if nobody forces us to act right. So,
You wanted to add anything else, Will? Because then I'm gonna get to Bartonella.
Oh, I just wanted to ask the judge if he'd consider me.
oh,
Well,
you want support? Well, I got to get to know what you're standing for.
A consideration of support. That's all.
do you have a
I'd be
website
honored.
for your campaign?
Um, that's still being set up. I have my Substack for where you can read all my positions on everything. That's my
Bro, you got to get a
that's
website, man. That's the basic shit.
yeah. I did it last time to little reward, and I've gotten way more reward not spending as much money as I did the last time. Just running on grassroots support.
And then you got to do social media campaigning also, man.
Yeah,
You
that's what
get
I
you got to
do.
sound a
That's what I
little more
do.
stern too, less whimsical. You know, just a word of advice.
Lord.
Sorry, no offense. You seem
Oh
lackadaisical
no, no.
in your
It helps to
I
burn shoe leather too.
Yeah, man. You want to be a governor, and you're like, well,
I might get it
Well,
set
that's
up
how most
someday,
governors
you know.
sound. All right, Bartonella, what was this essay you done messaged me?
Hi, good evening, Dina, and good evening to Judge Brown and everybody in the room. I just sent you a little message. I didn't mean for it to become public, but since you brought it out in the public, okay, it's out there. All I was just saying is this: I'm an older person, and not to say that you have to respect me because I'm an elder, but I'm just saying that sometimes I get a little antsy. And sometimes when I'm listening to the judge, he's answering questions and you'll cut him off and won't let him speak. And I message you is it's like you telling him to go sit in the corner and be quiet till you tell him to come back up and speak. That was a private thing that I sent to you, but you wanted to bring it out into the open.
Oh,
But
you the one that said that.
excuse me.
See, he asked you, ma'am, if you were the one that said what Dana
Yeah,
was
go ahead
remarking.
and finish.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
that was a private message that I sent to Miss Dana herself. And yes, I did say with all due respect, your comment was whenever you hear that, you mean that person is full of bull crap.
And I've never disrespected you. I've come on your stage twice. I've never disrespected you. Whenever you guys are on, I sit back and I listen. If I feel that I want to say something, I come up and I respectfully say what I want to say or whatever. The last time I spoke to you, I got my questions answered and I sat back and I listened. I've never disrespected you. So to say that, because I said with all due respect, and I meant that from the bottom of my heart. But you brought this out into the public when I messaged you.
Well, I didn't bring you out into the public. I brought out what you said. You brought
Yeah, you
yourself
brought me
out.
out. You brought me
Yeah,
out
you
to
brought
the
your.
public
Hold on for
because
a second. Hold on. So what we're not going to do, and I don't give a goddamn how old you are. We're not going to talk over each other. I brought out what you said. I didn't bring out your identity. You just outed yourself that it was you. I actually said I need to address a mammy. I don't know how old you are. I really don't care. And you probably did mean respect by saying all due respect. But when I say all due respect is basically someone is full of shit, it's because after the all due respect, that's when you go into telling a person what they should and should not do. That's not respect. You don't respect me if you think you could tell me what I supposed to do or what you don't like and you want me to do different. And I don't know you and you don't know me. So who are you to tell me how I need to run my show? When the person who you so-called trying to defend don't have a problem, because we just don't have a problem, because we that's like family. So you were out of line to send me an essay and you come up here, outed yourself, you made yourself known. I just said I'm going to address a mammy. Don't nobody know it was you. So your age has nothing to do with it. The judge age, he's not an elderly. He's not. If you want to consider yourself an elderly, that's fine. But the fact is that I treat everybody the same. But the moment you step out and trying to tell me what I'm supposed to do when it has to do with my work, that's disrespect. So I don't give a goddamn about all due respect.
Ma'am, might I inquire approximately how old you are? 70s, 80s, 90s, what?
no, sir, Judge. I'm 65, and I didn't mean to
And
ruffle.
65 ain't old.
I
Well,
didn't mean to ruffle any feathers, and just listening to the broadcast. And if I'm not mistaken, Miss Dana, respectfully to how you run your show, I have no control over that. But I believe when I first started tuning in, you said you want to end up around 12 p.m. and now it's like 1 something and it's still going on. But but several people had chimed in and they was giving respects to an elder that just passed recently, nearly Fuller. And when I typed my message to you when I said we just recently lost the elder, Judge Joe Brown. I don't know exactly his exact age, but he's another elder and he's another person that imparts a lot of wisdom to us. So I was just saying that we must respect our elders.
What makes you think that I disrespect him?
Now I didn't say you did.
That's what
I
you
never,
said. And you
no,
said it in the
no.
message.
I never said you disrespect him. I said just say sometimes when he's talking and he's answering questions, you cut him off as if you are
So
saying, go
what?
sit in the corner.
So what?
Okay,
So what
that's
if
your
I cut
business.
him
That's
off?
your show. Okay, yes,
No,
ma'am.
no, no, no. Once, wait, Barnella. He
Brett, Brett, Brett,
for
Brett.
your information and everybody else information that loves, and it's not about you because you're not the only one that have said that. For everybody information that believes, well, she cut him off. So what? He cuts me off 99% of the time, and the only time I cut him off is when I know it's going on too long, and for the time purpose on the show, we on YouTube and even sometimes on the X space, we have to move on, which means I have to interject. but he cuts me off mid-sentence whenever he fucking feels like it. But because he's Judge Joe Brown, y'all don't see that, and that's fine. I don't care, because that's like family to me. So if you feel as though I cut him off, not just you or anybody else, I don't care how you feel about it, because it is what it is.
Yes,
I'm
ma'am.
not being disrespectful, but it is what it is. See, you stating your own personal opinion, and you're trying to give me a suggestion. And when I'm saying to people that want to give suggestions to me on how I need to so-called treat him or run my show, F your suggestions. It means nothing to me, because you don't know, and this is general, I'm talking to everybody, you don't know how this is run. So it's not that serious. And you texted me a long essay. And so, yeah, I dissect everything so much. So basically, you're saying I need to respect him more because he's an elder. Why? Because he's 78? He's not no
78,
damn elder.
78's the new 35.
Exactly.
Hey, let's go.
So,
Okay,
and it's,
ma'am, I'm sorry if I offended you in any kind of way.
you did offend me. You did.
And
And people who always want to
I'm going to
critique
stand on my
how I
square,
run
and I'm
shows
going to
offends me.
apologize to you. I did it in private, and now I'm going to apologize to you in public. I'm sorry I defended you. I just, I'm emotional. Like as I started to stay before you cut me off to say what you wanted to say, is that I'm a little bit emotional because we lost another elder. Whether you consider the age wise or whoever the person is and whatever contribution they have contribute to this world is important enough. It has nothing to do with with how you run your show and how you run your content. But I was just a little bit emotional. I said we just lost an elder. I'm also thinking that, like, when Dr. Francis Cress Wilson passed away, and like I'm looking at Judge Joe Brown as another elder who imparts a lot of wisdom to a lot of people, not just because he was on television, just for him and hearing him speak. And we don't have a whole lot of elders in here that can take and help educate and teach people things, and I'm a little bit emotional behind it. But I didn't mean no disrespect to you. No, it's just disrespect to him or anybody else in the room. And I apologize that you felt offended. And I'll say this 1,000 times over. I apologize to you that you felt that I was trying to run your program. I can't run your program. I don't even do this. Every now and then I'll listen to these spaces, and every now and then I might raise my hand, I'll chime in, I'll say something. And I always tell you guys, whenever I speak with you and encounter you, I love you and I respect everything that you have taught me and everything that I learned from you guys, and listening for the knowledge and the history that you have taught me. And I can pass this on to my children and future generations. And I love y'all guys for that, and it wasn't, I'm not trying to run your program. Last time I checked, I pay bills in my household. I don't pay your bill, and you don't pay my bill. So, I have no business trying to regulate how you run your program. And I'm sorry you felt offended by what you call a essay, which it wasn't an essay, because it was.
All right. Well, you're sorry, and we're ready to
I think we
continue the
got it.
conversation.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Okay, I
Well,
I
first of
appreciate
appreciate
you
all,
all.
wait, hold on for a second.
I appreciate the candor
Yeah,
of your
I don't need
remarks,
other
man.
people to cut somebody else off. I want people to speak, because everybody up here spoke multiple times, and this is between me and Bartonella, and then maybe sprinkle in the judge. But let me just say this though, if I let the judge just talk without any type of interruption, whether it's to move on, whether it's to end, whether it's to disagree, we will be up here until 6 in the morning. Literally. He doesn't sleep until 6 in the morning. So you gotta end it at some point. And to end it with the judge, you gotta cut in and say, hey, let's wrap it up. But go ahead, Bartonella, you have the last word.
I just want to tell the lady I appreciate her commentary. And a remark, you're talking about elders. Well, I'm not as good as I used to be, but most of the time I'm better than I ever was.
That's a great line.
Yeah, but Bartonella, anything else you want to say? Press mute. You muted.
Miss Dana, much appreciated. I thank you for allowing me to speak it once again. And
That's
I
Bratnella,
thank you
right?
for Brat.
Brat. I
Not
say
not
Bart.
Bart, but Brat.
Bratnella, sorry.
She's so brat.
I'm a brat because I was the baby of the family, and my brothers used to call me Brat because I always wanted to hear the story of Cinderella. So that's how I got that name. But I respect you, and I respect, Judge O'Brown, and I respect everybody that's in the audience. And I didn't come in here, to derail or to just stir up any kind of controversy. Like I said, I was a little bit upset. But I really is forgetting. Now I understand that. Because you can go on and on and on and on and on and on. It's just sometimes when he's answering questions, it's like a cliffhanger. And anybody who has ever been in the movies or watching the show and you got that daggone cliffhanger, it's like, not now.
Absolutely.
So that's kind of a little reaction of mine. But I love you, and you can fuss at me all you want to. There's no harm done because, like I said, you don't pay my bills, I don't pay your bill, and you still don't get love and respect from me in spite of our differences of agreement. And I love you, and keep on doing the good work.
Thank you, Bratnella. Appreciate you.
Thank
Yes,
you.
We love
ma'am.
you. We love
Love
you.
you too. Love you all. Bye bye.
I'm
Let's
putting
have
up
another
on
cup of
the
coffee.
judges
All right, we got two more
that
requests, and I'm not bringing nobody up because we ran over. I wanted to end at 12:30 because that would have been exactly 3 hours, and it's like going on 1:30. And I know, Judge, you're probably like wide awake. Are you tired?
Danny, you got to get on West Coast time.
Absolutely not. Judge, are you still there? Oh, he on the back somewhere. Um, um, Charlie XO, XO. So I don't know. So what do you want to do? Do you? I don't. I'm tired.
Well, I know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna put that quote of the judges in his A to Z quotes, that website, because I love that quote.
I'm not as good as I used to be, but most of the time I'm better than I ever was.
So
It's
it's two
going
people
into your A to Z
requesting.
quotes.
It's two. It's two people requesting, but I'm tired. So what do you want to do,
Who,
Judge?
me? Oh,
Yes,
I'm good to go.
I know, but I'm tired. So I mean, if I let them up, it's gonna have to be like 30 seconds.
Well, as long as
Elisa,
you handle it, keep going.
I just real quick. I'm gonna get to Elisa and then Dolo, and then we're just in. Go ahead, Elisa. It looks like she's still connecting. Who is Dolo?
Hey, I'm Dolo. I just
Oh,
wanted
go
to
ahead,
ask the
Dolo.
judge something real quick. Hey, Judge, it's nice speaking with you. Hope everybody's
Hey,
having a good day. Uh, you know, you're around the age of my grandfather, so just to kind of get the opinion of an older gentleman, what do you think is the reason why a lot of that generation of people kind of just divert to the Lord and kind of comparing Democrats to like Christianity and like what do you think happened back in their day? Because for instance, my grandfather, felt the need to call me before the election and tell me who to vote for, and I was just baffled by that. Like, where does that sense of gumption or just feeling like they can, if you know what I'm saying, I can't really kind of
okay.
formulate all the words
How
for,
old
but
is he?
yeah, that's it.
I'm
How old?
30, 31 actually.
How old is he?
He's about 82, 83.
Okay. That generation, my generation, we got raised by people who had been in World War One, World War Two, and Korea, and they were more regimented than they are now. The whole society was. They were used to death. I remember, a few years ago, I found a birthday card I'd given my father back in the late 60s, and he was born in 1910. The life expectancy of an American male in 1910 was not but 27 years, just 27 years old. And one of the three leading causes of death in the United States was tooth decay, believe it or not. It's basically tied with appendicitis. It was a much more primitive time. And we were taught that you're not fit to give orders until you have learned to take them. So everybody, to weed out those who were not fit to give orders, gave a lot of orders to those growing up. The sergeants, the coaches, the teachers took no slack. We were scared of what we called the mean teachers, but it worked out that the only teachers you remember were the mean ones because they were good teachers. They just took no slack. They didn't let anybody slack off. And they taught you. So you think back favorably on them. You think back favorably on your coaches, on your drill instructor. These are the people that didn't let you slack off on yourself. So that's the difference between that generation and what's going on now. As a reaction to that, I think what happens is that somewhere in here, my generation started saying, hey, this is so rough. Maybe we ought to ease up on the kids. That wasn't a good thing because humans are just like iron. They're soft and or brittle until they get forged, they get tempered, and they get honed. So we don't do that anymore. We're entirely too easy. And too many today feel like they're entitled to something for doing nothing.
Yeah, but Judge, based upon what he said, it sounds like why would he have the hubris to say vote for a Kamala Harris, right, or someone like a
That?
Democrat?
Oh, he was
Yeah.
condemned. I know what you're saying. I was trying to avoid it, I guess. The Democratic Party, over 200 some years, or close to 200 years, perfected how to manage human beings against their will. And they discovered that if you socialize and acculturate your slaves appropriately, they will willingly yield to your dominance, instruction, and mastery. That works on a lot of people. And the Democratic Party, who is the party of the slave masters, the starters of the Civil War, Jim Crow, and all the rest of that, they know that well, so now they're putting it to another use, and the Democratic Party has inherited their slaves again that they took away from the Republican Party. So they're good at it, and the Negroes bring it on themselves because they want that mastery. They're taught they can't handle themselves, and by the way they sometimes deal with stuff, they don't. So I'll pass the mic on that to be
Well,
brief.
we're not going to pass the mic. We're about to go to sleep. So,
Well, I just got off. I dropped the mic.
Dana, I want to make a quick point, real quick point, 10 seconds. I feel the same way a lot of times. I deal with a lot of people who are considered like elders, and I look at it like I use my common sense, right? So I give them a little bit of deference, but once I hear foolishness out of their mouth, I kind of think back, maybe this person's always been a fool. So just because of their age doesn't mean that they're any better. A fool is a fool is a fool. And so why would I give somebody deference who's 80 years old, who's been a fool their whole life? I wouldn't. So I have to go on my own knowledge and understanding to make my decisions.
Yeah, you're right. See, a lot of these people today that sound like idiots sounded like idiots when they were 19, 20 years old.
See, and that's exactly my point. Like a lot of these 80-year-olds who kind of just divert to the Lord and all that. Like, is there a transition at a certain age of your life where you just start thinking like that, or were they always kind of like that? You know, since you were there.
Some
Are we
have
talking
always
about the
been like
previous
that.
president?
Some have always been like that, and some are seriously worried about going to hell because all of the wrong they've done in life, all of the cowardly moves, all of the moves they should not have made, all of the wrong that they're responsible for or putting up with or overlooking or concealing, they're worried about going to hell, so they try to make up for it and love the Lord. So they don't die and don't get that pie in the sky.
They ain't ready for that life review.
Yeah, that's what preach. You got pulpit pimps who live off of that. They're on TV and they make a lot of money and they have these mega churches and they're full of folk that are in there worried about going to hell, and they tell them all they got to do is believe and they're saved. Nothing to do with behavior. You could have been a pimp, drug dealer, murderer, thief, wrongdoing, low down, whatever you were, but you'll get to the pearly gates if you just believe.
That
So
shit
Help
they
me
makes no
buy
pray
that
for
sense.
that.
G5
That
jet,
makes
you know?
it makes no sense whatsoever.
No, it doesn't. It's not supposed to, because it's not a rational thing you're supposed to believe. People used to believe the earth was flat.
So,
It's wild.
okay,
Do you
Richard,
Is there
students?
a way we could?
I'm gonna give Richard 30 seconds, Adam 30 seconds, and those are two hands I see up, and then Judge should give his last remarks. Go ahead. Who was that? Richard. Go ahead, Richard.
Yeah, hey, I just wanted to address what Joe said about APAC, and I feel like there's a lot of organizations in the United States that actually elect certain senators, and so I think it's not very, I would say, like, accurately descriptive of like many senators or representatives are in our government. But I feel like there are a lot of, I think USAID is a prime example of certain places that we should not be allocating money. And so I just feel like that the APAC issue was kind of off base.
Sure,
And
sure.
Adam. Who was say?
Well, thanks for having me up first and foremost. And yeah, kind of like I just wanted to say this one thing. I hate when people say, "I hate to interrupt," but but then they interrupt. It's like, no, I'll just say, "I have to interrupt real quick," or "I have to interject." I'm gonna be straightforward. I'm not gonna BS you around. But I wanted to throw this out there. I heard somebody saying that Trump is capitulating to BB. Why does everyone see it that way? I honestly see it as possibly he's checking BB in a sense, to
Who
tell him to
pulled
back
out his
off.
chair for him?
What do you think, Judge?
Let's see. Time will tell. Patience is a great virtue, Padawan.
I'm gonna get 30 seconds to Dolo, 30 seconds to William, 30 seconds to Menelik, and 30 seconds to Peter, and then I'm gonna have the judge close out. Go ahead, Dolo. 30 seconds.
No, you could skip me. I just had to ask the judge that.
Oh,
Thank
okay.
you.
Who do I say? William. Go ahead, William. 30 seconds.
Yeah, so I'm just going to conclude on that capitulation point. Absolute capitulation. Pulled out the chair for him. Mary Adelson's money is well spent. That's just politics, though. I'll never get over that devil smear, that devil grimace that Netanyahu did when Trump said that he was taking over the area. So, yeah, it is what it is.
Uh,
But thank you so much for the conversation, Dana and Judge. It's always exciting.
yeah, I should have had to just title to talk about Gaza. I didn't think that was going to evolve into a big discussion, but it was a good discussion. And Peter.
Yeah, I want to say it was a great space. I hope you guys have more of these.
Well, the judge have
brings a lot of wisdom.
every Tuesday at 9 Eastern.
Okay, I'll put it in my schedule then. And yeah, I think we're entering, like I said earlier, a great time in America. It's a great time to be an American, start a business, and yeah, take care of yourselves and each other.
All right. Richard, 30 seconds. Oh, I did not say the mentally go.
No,
Oh, they
not
can give a
yet.
report.
No, not yet. But I'd like to say this. Thank you, Dana. Thank you, Judge, for allowing me to come on your platform and to speak to the people. And I want to say I love everybody who's in attendance and love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. Thank you guys very much.
Appreciate you, Richard. You want to have say something?
Hey guys, yeah, sorry, I just wanted to say that I think it's really important that we look into all facets of a certain situation. I think it's important that we analyze what's going on. I know there's a very textured history when it comes to this topic, but I think it's important that everybody is open minded and we look into all facets. I think all history is very important. U.S. history, any history of any country is important. So I think it's very important that we look in history. And thank you for letting me speak tonight, and I appreciate it.
All right, and I want to say a big thank you to everybody that's been listening on YouTube. Love you guys on YouTube, and everybody listening in this space today. Appreciate you. Love you guys as well, and all the speakers. Appreciate you coming up. It was really good discussion. We started at 9:30, and I like to really do 3 hours, but we actually did 4. But it was a really good discussion and a nice build up, and a special shout out to Brad Nella um, for getting me straight, honey. And yeah, so I appreciate all the speakers, listeners, and every Tuesday, Judge comes on X Space 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We just started a little bit late today, so it's every Tuesday at 9 p.m. And with that, close us out, Judge.
Hey, politics is such a fun-filled sport, isn't it? Fun, boys and girls, to get all impassioned and wrapped up in this and to hassle it out with somebody and get to thinking about all of the things you'd call them negatively. Anyway, stay involved, stay engaged, acquire all the information, knowledge you can so you become learned and experienced in the subject, and also pay attention to what else is going on so you become wise in the ways of the world. With that, buy yourself some barbecue sauce, particularly the brand made by myself, Judge Joe Brown Barbecue. You can get it at jjbbbq.com. That's Judge Joe Brown Barbecue. Or you can order it on Amazon. And if you're a member of Amazon Prime, you get free delivery in 2 days. And otherwise, unfortunately, the delivery costs are basically the same as a bottle of the sauce. But if you go to jjbbbq.com, you can get not only hot and mild sauce, hot and mild rub and spice, you can get chicken links raw and smoked, hot and mild. And we also have beef links and beyond meat links. The stuff is good. Enjoy. Practice your technique so when you bring your friends and relatives and associates over to your place during the summer, you will make them drool when they smell what you're cooking and want to come back when they taste it. Anyway, I couldn't resist that. Everybody